Ever wondered what makes TV so powerful in Jamaica? Time to find out. Welcome to Global TV Group 358, where television meets innovation. We're not just about shows, we're about shaping society. In Jamaica, TV keeps you informed, connects diverse voices, and supports democracy. Imagine a Jamaica where broadcasters unite, sharing data and collaborating globally. That's us, a unified voice in the TV industry. Did you know TV advertising is still king? It drives website traffic, boosts brand equity, and powers integrated campaigns. Even in an age of digital, TV stands strong, resilient in tough times. Our global TV deck is your treasure trove of insights and data. With charts, graphs, and success stories, it's your guide to impactful TV advertising. Curious to learn more? Visit our website and see how Global TV Group 358 keeps television at the heart of entertainment in Jamaica. Get ready to binge watch the future.
God of my salvation, because the mouth of the sinful and wicked is open. Rastafari. Come with I. Rastaman throw one stone, and it break a bad feeling to all wicked men. Not a people there. Make a man throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Only when man like Marcus Garvey speak, wicked men would I hear. Hear not hear. Instead of that, they only sit aside a rub and cheat, and not press the poor. Make up what I sing to. Make him a throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a plan! Make him a throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. My favorite man, if Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red. How they want to see the day them can sell out Rasta, can't sell it out, I sell out Babylon. They give man show one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. They give man show one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. If Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red. How they want to see the dead and can sell out Rasta, I sell out, I sell out Babylon. Just stop on the Friday. You might show us stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a black baby man throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. You have eyes to see, let him see. You have ears to hear, let them hear. What a prophet must say. President Mandela was in prison for 20 odd years. And he leave from the prison and take the seat of the president. Stone one. Big him and show one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what's a black big him and show one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Rastaman show one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men.
Good morning. It is Saturday, the 25th of October, a morning when Jamaica is being declared at danger given the direction and veracity of Hurricane Melissa, which is now upgraded to a hurricane. So Jamaica is under a hurricane watch, one that is expected to have far-reaching consequences for the country given the direction it is traveling at the moment. So we are outside this morning for our country. We will have a lot of commentaries for you this morning. If anyone wants to call and have their say and update us on the situation in their neck of the woods, you're welcome to do that this morning. We will also bring you the latest we have from Rusty and as well as from the weatherman, and we will continue to give you recent updates as they come along until a lot of the major weather people goes live. We'll hitch into their live link. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my community of party and all my family members, platform moderators, membership holders, viewers, subscribers, commenters, and trolls, new subscribers to the channels. Good morning and welcome. Thank you all for joining us this morning from behind the screen, mostly. We're going to first of all bring you the most recent update that the weatherman puts out on their tracking of Melissa, and then we'll go over to Rusty Channel for his most recent update that came through over the last 12 hours. But we'll try to bring you all updates that we can today. But Jamaica is expected to face fierce weather from Melissa. Worse, for those of you on the island, worse than what you have experienced in Beryl. And I will speak directly also this morning to my community, a community that sits in a danger zone on the southern coastline of St. Elizabeth. Morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. Let's go straight over to the weatherman and his recent update. Then we will go to Rusty and we will have commentaries, and then we'll continue to keep you updated as to how things are developing in our country. The government has also invokes its DNRA, whatever you call that thing. We will be having a talk about that with you this morning and the consequences of the DRNA powers invoked by the Prime Minister, as we have seen some of those DRNA rules used during the COVID era can be used in a similar situation like this, where the country will be declared a zone of danger or a state of emergency. We will see how things develop, but we'll have our say and the DNR powers as well.
It is Saturday, October 25th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields, and thank you for being part of this weather community. Jamaica, we're going to take a direct hit from a major hurricane. It's a life-threatening situation. In this video, I've got you covered. We're going to go day by day when the worst weather will hit, what to expect for the winds and the rain. It is going to be a slow mover, so I want to give you everything before we may lose touch with losing power, so you know how to prepare both with what we need to do on the ground and mentally as well, because this is going to be a long haul. I want to show you the life-threatening storm surge out of this, how strong it could get, and some of the changes we could get Plus, we're in action mode in some new locations. So I want to show you that. But a direct hit likely from this. It is getting stronger than what even the models are showing. I'll show you that. We may have some communities that get kind of stuck in place out of this because of the major hurricane impacts and the life-threatening, potentially catastrophic flooding. We may have some roads cut off. We're going to have some of that, rock slides, that sort of thing with the flooding. So with that, we need to have days and days of food on hand. We all have different means, so I appreciate you, and I've been seeing it, helping each other out. We're in a community, we're kind of looking around on the hillsides, who may be more vulnerable than others, who may be near water. Well, we're helping each other out best we can with this. But again, this is moving our way. So we're going to highlight Haiti, Jamaica, and then looking down the road as well with this. The center's still here, so we do have some moments to prepare. Now, what is interesting is in 1951 was Hurricane Charlie in Jamaica. 37 years later, 1988, was Hurricane Gilbert. Here we are 37 years later, so 37, not a great number apparently, 37 years later with what is about to be Hurricane Melissa. By the time you're watching this, most likely this will be upgraded to Hurricane Melissa and then eventually a major hurricane. Now, I bring that up, it's not just an interesting stat, I bring that up because there is a lot of scary talk, including in this video, no doubt. This thing is going to really grow in intensity. With that said, Jamaica's not going anywhere. Again, once we get to Wednesday, we're going to be on the flip side of this. We've been through Charlie, Gilbert, other storms, other hurricanes. Jamaica's going to get on the other side of this. There's no doubt, right? So by the time we get toward the end of next week, we'll be in cleanup mode, no doubt. But again, Jamaica's not going anywhere. There's a lot of talk out there that is making it look like Jamaica's getting wiped off the map. That's not happening, right? This is a bad situation, but that is not happening. Here it is, though, moving in. Again, we have a little bit of a window to get things done best we can and really help each other out. That is the biggest thing. Again, we're before the storm. Once this storm is moving in, there's not much we can do. So again, we're starting to get to our safe places. We'll be doing that throughout the day. Where we need to ride out the storm, again, the schools, the churches that have better some block structures, are acting as shelters. And thank you for opening up your homes. If you know neighbors that may not have a good roof or may not really have much of a roof at all, kind of bringing them in, especially if they're near places we could have rock slides or mudslides. Now today, this is going to be developing very quickly into a stronger hurricane. And look how much it doesn't move. Here we are in Jamaica.
If you need full dentures but can't deal with the endless expensive dentist visits, you need to see this. I used to hide my
And this will be moving our way by tomorrow. Tomorrow, some of the bigger impacts start to move in for some of us. Then in particular, Monday into Tuesday, it looks like by the time we get into Monday night, that could be some of the worst weather as this works across. I'll show you that. And then eventually lifting up toward eastern Cuba, it looks like still as a hurricane, and then working its way toward the southeastern Bahamas near the Turks and Caicos. Of course, all of this puts days and days of heavier rain back toward Haiti and even the Dominican Republic, especially the southern coast of Haiti, where right now, talking to our team on the ground, we have life-threatening flooding going on, and we're going to be seeing more of that. So again, as I mentioned, as expected, I've been giving you the heads up. Those watches have been switched over to warnings. This is going to move in as a major hurricane and then work across. I'm not seeing this coming toward Central America. I always keep an eye on everyone. I'm not seeing this coming toward the Cayman Islands. We may get some outer rain bands possible over toward Little and the Brac, but this is going to make the turn, and there are reasons why, and I'll show you that as we go forward. But again, a very dangerous situation. I'll put out additional updates. If you subscribe, you'll get those updates first, those notifications first, and I just really appreciate you sharing this information right now, because we need to do that now. We need to finish those preparations because this is coming in. Now let's go day by day. Today and even parts of tomorrow, for some of us, we may be like, what storm? It's not here. It is sunny outside, right? In some spots. Well, it's coming. It's that slow mover. That's part of the problem, is that it's almost not here yet. It's kind of like, just let's get this thing in and get this thing out. It is such a slow mover. Tonight, we're really going to start to have the rain and wind pick up. So to give you a good feel, I'll show you the winds. Now, This will be changing some. These maps I'm about to show you. As we go into additional videos, I'll be tweaking it. I'll be changing it best I can based on when it takes that turn into us as we go forward. So tonight, we're going to have some of the winds around 50 miles per hour southeastern sections. Things just starting to pick up. Then tomorrow, it looks like at that point, this is going to be a major hurricane. That's Category 3 or higher. We're talking about the potential down the road of a Category 5. That is a potential, which I'll show you. As we work our way into tomorrow, we start to get, it's not moving in yet, totally in, the heavy and life-threatening rain. That is going to be moving in. That is a huge concern. Southeast coast in particular will start to get some hurricane winds, 75 to about 80 miles per hour. Flip side, you get over toward Montego Bay, winds 30, 40, just kind of breezy. And again, some of us here, this is what I want to show you. I want to let you know what to prepare for. Some of us here will be like, well, what storm? It's not here yet. In western zones, based on the track, the impacts won't be quite as high as what we're going to have in central and eastern sections. But this is Sunday, taking you step by step. I know this video is long, but putting all that aside, I care about you and I want you to know what's going to happen. This is Monday. Now on Monday, it's going to be a major hurricane, Category 4 most likely, maybe a Category 5 hurricane. So these are, we're talking about some catastrophic potential of wind damage and catastrophic flooding. And you know me, I do not use those terms lightly. I rarely use those terms. That's what we're going to have. This will start to move in on Monday. Southern coast first. We're talking about winds as we work our way, say, toward Black River and then points over toward not so much Negril, but a little bit more Black River back through Treasure Beach. 100 mile per hour winds that we're going to be seeing out of that. 150 mile per hour.
Remember, that was the same zone that took the major battering from Hurricane Gilbert last year. So still not properly recovered from Beryl, and it's still expected to be hit hard again this time by Melissa.
Winds as we work our way again along the southeast coastline. This will cause destruction. We are going to have, it's not that every home is getting wiped out. Again, keeping this in perspective, there's a lot of crazy talk out there, but these type of winds are very serious. Weaker structures will take on very incredible amounts of damage. Weaker structures, stronger structures will be losing their roofs. Some of them, not all of them, right? Keeping it in perspective. I've been through these. I've been through these on the ground, right? Very strong structures will try to keep the roofs, but if there's any way the winds can get under, the roofs will go off. So that's why I want you in your safe place, right? We're getting into our safe places as we go over the next 24 hours for this. North coast, not as much as we work through the day on Monday, but look what happens as we work our way into Monday night into early Tuesday. This is when we get the worst weather. It looks like overnight Monday. It's going to be an incredibly long night. I'll be with you best I can. I know we're going to be losing power in many spots. But as we go forward, still the long duration event, winds 150 southeastern coast, 120 miles per hour northern coast. We swing back toward the west side of the system. If it stays on this heading, we're looking at hurricane conditions around Montego Bay, winds of about 80 miles per hour. Then we swing back here southwestern sections, winds of about 120 miles per hour. Now these would be the sustained winds. That's the constant wind coming at us for a long period of time. And then on top of that, we'd have higher gusts. So gusts may be as high as 165 in spots. You say as you get over toward Kingston, Montego Bay, we could have some gusts 90 to about 100 miles per hour. With that long duration, that is just a battering on our trees, on our structures. That's what we're going to have with this as this rolls in. Now, any shift to the east or west does make a big difference on the wind and some of the rain outlook. But in those additional videos, that's what I'll be highlighting for you. And I'll put out more and more videos for you to keep you covered. So again, thank you for sharing this weather community. Here we are in Jamaica. Here we are in Haiti, especially Jacmel.
Why is Amazon paying me $600 a day? Because I use Amazon AI.
points over toward Boston Blue, getting into the very high terrain, points off toward the west. That's where we're going to see the incredibly significant flooding. I don't know how words for that. That's where we could have the catastrophic flooding, central and eastern Jamaica, but even western zones, we're going to have the flooding. We've already had flooding, right? Over the last few days, I've been talking with a lot of folks, a lot of my friends throughout Jamaica. We've already had flooding in spots, and that's not even with really Melissa moving in yet. These totals, we're talking 20 to 30 inches of rain, 500 to 750 millimeters of rain. That is catastrophic. And again, I'm not trying to be scary. I just give you the facts on this channel. This is a no hype channel. This is the rain some of us are getting. That can be deadly, no doubt. That's why we're helping people. This is the time to kind of help get people away. It is way easier said than done. It's easy for me to say right here. It is hard to do. But if you have some neighbors, some friends, and you know some places you may walk by, if you could help people get to shelter, especially maybe people that have more in the way of some special needs or the elderly or something, to kind of help them through this system. And it's always better to be together through a system like this, because it's going to be scary with the winds howling, the rain coming down, especially at nighttime. So these are the high totals again: eastern and central Jamaica, western sections of the peninsula of Haiti. We have the life-threatening flooding that is going to happen. That is a massive concern, and that will cut off communities. Again, you want to have supplies of water. Haiti, for example, where you may walk to the wells for water, you may get cut off from getting there for days and days. So again, help each other out best we can. I know you're helping each other out. I've been talking to the teams on the ground. So again, thank you for doing that. On the backside of this too, I'm trying to put stuff together to kind of help out further. I'll try to get on the ground in some spots myself, but let's put that in the back burner at this point. So we are in action mode. Of course, the Dominican Republic and Haiti, in particular, southern coast of Haiti, for the life-threatening flooding. Jamaica, we're going to get a direct hit of a major hurricane. Melissa is moving in, and then it's going to curl its way back toward Cuba. We'll see kind of what the mountains do across Jamaica with this system as it moves through. But hurricane impacts are more and more likely eastern sections of Cuba. So again, we're making the preparations now in Cuba. If you could spread the word across Cuba, eastern sections, we need to make the preps. Pretty soon, the southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos will most likely have to be in action mode. Give me a little bit of time. I want to see when it makes its turn back toward Jamaica. So again, we are in monitor mode here. We could have hurricane impacts, southeastern Bahamas, back through the Turks and Caicos. So please review your hurricane plan. I'm not seeing a scenario now that brings this back toward the Cayman Islands. I value your resources, your time. And again, I really put a lot of effort into where this may go, so we know how to prepare. And for those where it's not going, we don't have to prepare. All of the modeling taking this right into Jamaica, again, with that landfall, the center of this, the eye moving into eastern or central Jamaica, and that eye wall around it, that will have the catastrophic winds, right? The devastating winds around that. That's what's going to be moving in. If it stays on this track, again, that would have lesser amounts in our western sections of Jamaica, but nonetheless, we are going to get those hurricane impacts. That's why I was breaking it down kind of zone by zone in those previous maps. This black line looks to be very close, maybe a little bit more to the east of what's going to happen. But that would take this right over eastern Jamaica as well, and then back toward the southeastern Bahamas, close to the Turks and Caicos. Either way, on the backside of this, that rain just continues to wrap in, and that's why I mentioned the life-threatening rain that is ongoing, and that is going to happen for a lot of us. Now, how strong is it going to get? This is going to get very strong. It's going to become a major hurricane. As we maybe when I join you in the next video, it may have a very clear eye with this. We've been seeing the eye of it starting to form in this. It is going to blossom, and I don't use this term lightly either. It's going to be one of those images that it looks like a monster out there, a big system out there that is coming our way. That's what's going to happen. I want to give you the heads up on that. So when you see the satellite image tomorrow on Saturday, how scary it's going to look, know that I've given you the heads up and you've prepared, and take comfort in that, right? Take comfort in having all of this knowledge ahead of time, and we're helping each other out as we go forward. So just a day out, this should become at least a Category 2 or Category 3. The models are a little bit behind in the intensity of this, and I was talking about this in yesterday's video. It is getting stronger, a little bit ahead of schedule. A lot of the models have this as at least a category 3, maybe a category 4, could push category 5, but at that point, again, once we get into about 72 hours, it'll start to move into Jamaica, and as it starts to move in, it loses its water source temporarily, therefore it can't strengthen any further because it's moving over land, and unfortunately that means it's moving on top of us. Now, water temperatures we know are so very warm. That's what it's feeding off of, warm, deep water. The wind shear is a little relaxed above our heads, allowing this to really blossom. Now, here's a look at the European model. Then I'll show you the American model as far as what's going to happen here. Here's Jamaica, and again, today, really getting stronger. This is later today, but this model is not even showing how strong it is right now. So it's going to be getting stronger. The backside, the heavy and potentially deadly rain moving in, but we're making the prep so it's not deadly. Again, the life-threatening situation, high pressure and control, just holding it down here. That's the blocker. That's why it's down here. We need these fronts to help out. It's this front here that will eventually turn it. That's the one that helps Central America and eventually the Cayman Islands. By tomorrow, look how slowly it moves. This is by our Sunday afternoon. Here's Jamaica. Here it is, starting to move in. And I mentioned later tomorrow, especially southeastern sections, we start to get those hurricane impacts moving in. And then as we work our way into Monday, this starts to move in with major hurricane impacts, especially late Monday into Monday night, with some of the biggest impacts early Tuesday moving on top of us as a very strong hurricane right across Jamaica. And then we'll still be seeing it by the time we get into Tuesday, hanging out along eastern sections of Jamaica. That's why the flooding could be catastrophic. We're still talking about Tuesday. Now, the European model does show solid weakening to a degree before it moves into Cuba, because it's saying, hey, this is going to get chewed up by some of the mountains eventually. But the recent modeling still keeps it as a hurricane and potentially a major one, because the models are not doing a good job with the intensity of this. Still potentially a major hurricane near eastern Cuba, and then lifting up toward the southeastern Bahamas Wednesday, and then eventually trying to push off on Thursday. Keeping a very close eye on the Turks and Caicos. You know I got you covered, but on the backside, that rain continues to pump in. So point being, the major hurricane, it is coming to Jamaica. It is going to be a long duration event, and then eventually down the road, still watching Haiti, Cuba, and then over toward the southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. And I'll keep an eye on Bermuda down the road. I do not see a scenario that this is pulling its way back toward the United States. I know some other entities want to say that to keep you watching, but I just don't see that. Now, here's Jamaica. This is the American model. Again, the American model shifted to what all the other models were showing. This is more of an easterly solution. This could happen, right? It could stay a little bit more to the east. I mentioned there's going to be some changes, and I'll let you know. This here, though, by Saturday. So this is kind of more of the easterly solution, Saturday evening, I should say, as we work our way into tonight. As we work our way into tomorrow, the American model would have this very close to our eastern sections and not as much in our western zones. This would actually be a better scenario if this were to happen, because most of the models have the core of this. This is tomorrow afternoon, right on top of us by the time we get into Monday. So, but nonetheless, even the American model, even though it's more of that easterly, showing kind of more of that easterly situation, it's still here by the time we get into Monday. So a long duration event with catastrophic rain either way for eastern sections of Jamaica. Still watching that rain. Look at that. The Dominican Republic, Haiti, the rain continues to pump in no matter which model you're looking at. Some additional rain as well for Puerto Rico. And then the American model has this sliding up toward eastern Cuba, watching Haiti, and then eventually Tuesday, watching this over toward the southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. So that's more of the easterly chance that it goes. Otherwise, a lot of the models showing this making landfall. I believe it'll be closer to into our eastern and central sections of Jamaica, giving high impacts for
is my top 3 stocking fillers under £10. Firstly, it's the viral magnetic power bank that everyone's been after. It just sticks to
all of us across Jamaica. That's why I really broke down those maps specifically, and I'll show you some of the surge in just a second. Here's the American model showing that wind field, miles per hour on your screen, kilometers an hour as well. And this model is underdone. It's not showing how strong it is already right now, but it gives you an idea of just the wind field. So if the European model is right, you take this wind field here, this is by tonight, and you just kind of shift it over into our direction in Jamaica. But just want to show you everything we've got here. As you can see, see either way, even if this were to be spinning right near the eastern side of Jamaica, it would be for days and days, Sunday into Monday, before it eventually makes its move. But it gives you an idea of how strong it's going to be. You start to see the greens popping up in this. Those would be winds of 125 miles per hour, but most likely this model's not showing just how strong it's going to get. Again, it looks like it could be even stronger than that. You see by Monday, the American model has it sitting here. That would just give some of that storm surge back toward the northern coast. And then eventually the American model wants to take this and start to work it away. But as I mentioned, you could take this. Most of the models have it more on top of us in Jamaica. Either way, then we're watching out for a hurricane eastern Cuba. Still more impacts throughout Haiti, and then lifting up toward the southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Now, the surge, this is where we have to get away. I mentioned it is hard to move. It's hard to move. It's hard to leave your home. And again, I mentioned different means to do so. It is hard, but I have very high concern. This is going to be life-threatening storm surge. What is storm surge? Well, as you get a system moving in, a major hurricane moving in, it is going to abnormally rise the water. You kind of get a push of the water, the seawater I'm talking about, the ocean kind of lifts up, if you will. This is going to be of high concern, where in these spots that I'm highlighting, we need to be away from it, because simply put, the ocean is going to be moving in. That's what's going to happen. We get that rise and then it moves in. So as we work our way, you can see as you get toward Spanish Town, swinging back towards St. Andrew, these spots here, as we'd expect, here's the highway cutting through. These spots here underwater, we're looking at a surge of about 2 to 3 meters, right? So we're looking at roughly about 6 to 10 feet as this moves in. So as all of this, as the core of this moves in, you get that flow around it. Again, the winds around a hurricane are counterclockwise, so you get that flow around it, that big push of water that will be moving in. And that means these areas going underwater, watching as well as you get back toward Hunter's Village. Again, right along the coast, right in through here, we're looking at 2 to 3 meters or 6 to 10 feet. For surge out of this, that is deadly. The storm surge is responsible for a lot of the deaths in a hurricane, so that's why I'm giving you a heads up, so that doesn't happen. So again, these are the spots we're watching, those highlighted areas, and then we swing here. Let me get into our western zones. Again, with the core of this, it should be to the east, and that means we're not really getting as much of a push. A lot of times we'll have that offshore flow, but still, as a major hurricane approaches, watching over toward Black River, we know how kind of low-lying this is, and I trust your judgment. You know those spots, you're like, well, that could be a problem. It may be a problem. We're looking at about 1 to 1.5 meters as far as the surge right in through here is concerned. Then once we get over toward the north coast, not as much, maybe up to a meter all the way around, right, depending on how this track shakes out. But this is where it stands now. Those are the spots we really need to watch. Here's Negril. You can see, again, some of the low-lying areas that we know about. We'll be watching that. Westmoreland as well, keeping an eye on that. Some of the low-lying spots right in through here where that water could really kind of get pushed in. That's where we need to be away from. So Jamaica, we need to finish those preparations again for a little while. For some of us, even into tomorrow, we're going to have some sunshine in some spots, not a whole lot. It's going to be a slow mover moving in, higher impacts, of course, eastern sections. We may get stuck in place for some days, right? That's what's going to happen. It's going to be hard to communicate in some locations. So know that. Let your family members know that. Maybe if they're out of the country, just so they know you're okay. You've followed everything that we've been talking about together. If possible, to have many days of food, water on hand, and we're already doing this. We're helping each other out. We're checking on neighbors to really help each other out to get them out of kind of harm's way best we can. Now, as far as the seas go, you see them really building. So not only do you have the storm surge, but of course the waves, all of that super high as all of this builds. We're looking, especially just offshore, 6 meters or higher as this builds. That's 20 to about 23 feet-ish. That's what we're looking at as this all starts to work in, and you can see along the southeast coast. That's why I mentioned the storm surge is life-threatening. We're talking, as I mentioned, several, at least a few meters, right? That's a huge issue as all of this starts to build in, and then we'll be watching out for those very high and dangerous seas swinging back toward Cuba, and of course the southeast coast of Jamaica, but then just kind of splitting right through here, the very high seas, and we'll see again how this all shakes out as we go down the road. Now, all of this is tied to what's going on right here across the United States. This is is that storm system that is sliding by that will eventually grab and turn it, right? High pressure is locked in, keeping it in place now, the slow mover, but eventually, this is Sunday. You see, as we work our way Sunday into Monday, this area kind of digs down in the United States and starts to curve this and trying to curve it away from the Cayman Islands. And then eventually, this storm system here will try to become a nor'easter. We'll see, not tropical in nature, but you see, again, a story may just shoot off toward Bermuda. We'll see how this shakes out here. But that event pulls this system back toward the north. That's why it's going to be taking that turn. So in Jamaica, of course, we've got a hurricane coming, a direct hit of a major hurricane. Get those preparations done best you can as soon as possible. Cayman Islands, it looks like most of this action is going to be staying off toward the east. If there's any changes, I'll let you know across the Cayman Islands. Trinidad and Tobago, we had an earthquake yesterday evening, close to 5 in magnitude. Know that I'm monitoring some of the seismic and earthquake activity as we go forward. Watching us across Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados, rain chance about 30%, 30 to 40%, very isolated as we work our way back through St. Lucia. 40% chance as we work our way into Grenada. These are spotty showers. Melissa's not coming into these areas. St. Vincent, the Grenadines, hit or miss shower, 30 to 40%. We do that again as we work our way from Martinique back through Dominica. Rain chance 40% today and a 30% chance tomorrow. Melissa's not coming into these areas. Guadeloupe, rain chance about 40%. We swing to the north, Antigua, Barbuda, 40% chance of a couple showers today. Builds a little bit tomorrow. St. Kitts and Nevis and Montserrat up to a 50% chance on our Sunday. In Guilla and St. Bart's, rain chance holding at 40%, about a 30 to 40% chance. St. Martin, Saba, and Statia, rain chance 50% as we work our way back through Puerto Rico.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
40% chance, U.S. and British Virgin Islands. And then as we swing back toward the Bahamas, all eyes on the southeastern Bahamas for the potential of hurricane impacts as we get into next week. Same thing near the Turks and Caicos. It depends on how quickly it takes its turn. If it's a quicker turn into Jamaica or eastern Jamaica, that would mean higher impacts. If it's a later turn, that could mean lesser impacts. That's something I'll be watching for the Turks and Caicos. Of course, the Dominican Republic, life-threatening flooding in some locations. We're going to be seeing that as well, of course. High concern, again, the peninsula of Haiti, southern peninsula, where we have the life-threatening flooding going on right now. That is going to last through at least the weekend. Belize, meanwhile, rain chance about 40%, about a 20 to 30% chance. Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire as we work our way right through the weekend into next week. Guyana and Suriname, the rain chance not too high, mainly dry in Suriname, rain chance running at about 20%. Cuba, again, very split. All eyes on eastern Cuba. We are making those hurricane preparations. Please spread the word across Cuba and also mention where it's not going. It's not going into the western sections of Cuba. Again, eastern sections, that's where Melissa will be impacting, and we're making those preps now. Costa Rica and Panama, still some additional flooding around. Rain chance in Nicaragua, about 60%. Honduras, as we lift to the north, running at about 50%, and a 40% chance the next few days. Guatemala and El Salvador. Mexico City, rain chance staying on the minimal side. 30% chance across the Yucatan Peninsula, 50 to 60% chance northern Colombia. Same thing as we work our way back toward northern Venezuela and Bermuda. We've got a lot going on. That system across the U.S. that may move closer. And of course, watching Melissa. Depends on the turn to see if this kind of shoots up, but that front may kind of push it out. We'll see what happens together in Bermuda. Watching that for down the road. So direct hit of a hurricane is coming to Jamaica. It is a life-threatening situation. The flooding gets worse in Haiti. That is a life-threatening situation. Could see some catastrophic winds on the core of this, where the center of this goes, and I'll be fine-tuning that over the next few days. But as of now, it looks like it's moving right into Jamaica. So we are in action mode, no doubt. We're getting those preparations done. We are helping each other out as much as we can. East Cuba, we are now in action mode, and I'll keep an eye on down the road. So again, Jamaica, I've got you covered. That is my promise to you around the clock. I will put out those additional updates as I start to see some changes of when it may turn, because that will kind of shift kind of how strong some of the winds could be in spots. But a major hurricane is headed our way in Jamaica. Please be
Melissa is already getting stronger, and major hurricane impacts are expected in our area. Your forecast across the Caribbean and the Bahamas starts right now.
This is Medio Mundo.
Hi, my friends. Rusty back here at Media Mundo. We are your home for Caribbean weather. It's good to see you on a Friday. Hope you're doing well. Coming up in this video, this is a very important video indeed. All the newest information on Melissa. And I have to tell you, things continue to not look very good as far as what Melissa is already bringing to our area and the impacts it is likely to spread not only this weekend, but for several days next week. As always, Media Mundo is sponsored by the Lean Law Firm of Central Florida, your hometown homeowners insurance attorneys. You get property damage of any kind. They can walk you through the insurance claim process. Check them out by going to leanonmelaw.com for more information. As always, you have a question about the forecast, feel free to drop it in the comments section below. Again, we're going to take our time. We've got a lot of important information to pass along in this video, so we'll get started. And we'll begin with what's been happening with Melissa today. You can just see on the infrared satellite imagery, we have a better looking storm. Unfortunately, the Reconnaissance aircraft have been in and out of this storm all day. And what has happened is the center is beginning to reconsolidate a little bit farther east under the deeper convection, allowing the storm to be more vertically aligned, which was always the issue the past several days. The low-level center was displaced west from the mid and the upper-level center with that shear and was preventing the storm from getting stronger despite the extremely hot sea surface temperatures. Unfortunately, the storm looks more vertically aligned, and we're now seeing a more concentric storm, and that has allowed winds to already get to 60 miles an hour. And unfortunately, there appears to be nothing to stop this storm from continuing to get stronger and stronger for days and days to come. This is going to be a frightful storm in many areas. This is a buoy here in the Caribbean, and well away from the center, it's already picking up some winds of around 35 miles an hour. This is the sandwich of the infrared and the visible satellite imagery. You can see that there's been convection on the northwest side. Now, the interesting thing is in the last couple of hours, Melissa has actually bobbled a little bit to the east, but that is basically part of the reconsolidation of the lower level center.
If you'd like to learn how to land high-ticket clients for your course or coaching program using YouTube ads like the one you're watching right now, I've got a
east of where it was, and a slow drift west is likely to begin in the short term. So the newest information, and this will change, and unfortunately this storm is just going to get stronger. Winds right now are 60 miles an hour. That's a 15 mile an hour temperature climb, or excuse me, sustained wind climb from this morning. Pressure's down to 997. It is creeping east southeast at 2, but that east motion is not likely to continue for very long. The center is located about 230 miles southeast of Kingston, Jamaica. We continue with the hurricane watch for Jamaica and South Haiti. We continue with the tropical storm warning for Jamaica and South Haiti, which means tropical storm conditions are likely very shortly if you're not already experiencing those, and hurricane conditions are possible in those areas. Now, let me tell you, right now, we're going to get a hurricane warning in Jamaica. It's just a matter of time when. So this is what you need to know, kind of the broad view, then we'll get into the fine-grained details. It's beginning to show signs of better organization, which means intensification is coming. It is still forecast to move very slowly the next several days. Not until early next week should we start to see some quicker forward movement with Melissa. It is forecast to become a major hurricane, and I got to tell you something, friends. The intensity forecast does not look good. It is not out of the question that Melissa at some point in time becomes a Category 5 hurricane. Catastrophic flooding is already ongoing in portions of Haiti, and that is likely to continue in Haiti and the Dominican Republic for the foreseeable future. Significant rain and impacts will begin to be felt in Jamaica starting tomorrow, but especially late this weekend and early in the week. And other islands are likely to be impacted by Melissa, potentially even as a hurricane. So let me show you the official track from the Hurricane Center. Now, there's a couple of things I need to note about this. First of all, if you look at the 11 a.m. advisory from the Hurricane Center, you're going to see this center line track is on the west side of Jamaica, okay? My data comes from the Navy, and they do updates in the intermediate advisories. So you're only going to get a track update from the Hurricane Center at 11 a.m. and at 5 p.m. and at 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. But the Navy actually puts out the intermediate advisories in coordination with the Hurricane Center, and likely the 5 o'clock advisory is going to shift a little bit farther to the east. But the bottom line is that we are expecting Melissa to begin a westward turn beginning on Saturday, slowly creep west through the weekend, and then turn north closer to Jamaica as we move into Tuesday. This is going to be Monday afternoon as a Category 4 hurricane, but already a Cat 4 late Sunday. And then this is Tuesday afternoon with potential landfall directly over Jamaica. Now, one thing you will note compared to yesterday, if I bring on our distance tool here, is that the centerline track is farther south again from Jamaica. Remember yesterday it was about, 60 to 70 miles, I believe. Now it's about 100. So in the short term, right, if Melissa stays a little bit farther away from the island, potentially the hurricane impacts don't get to the island until late this weekend and beginning on Monday. But tropical storm conditions are likely to turn into the island beginning even on Saturday morning. So a little bit farther away keeps the brunt of the core winds a little bit farther south. But unfortunately, all the models have the north turn, and most of the models have a direct landfall into Jamaica as a major hurricane. And again, this is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. And unfortunately, when you look at the wind speeds here, you're looking at a storm with 150 mile an hour sustained winds on Tuesday afternoon directly over the island. Catastrophic wind and rain impacts would come along for this. There's no reason to hype this storm whatsoever. This is as alarmed as I could be with any storm when we're talking about a Cat 4 teetering on a Cat 5, going directly over any landmass. And that's what's expected right now from the Hurricane Center from Melissa. So again, obviously, if you live on Jamaica, you need to be taking all preparations to protect yourself and your property and your family. Heed local government and official warnings. Same situation for Haiti. We may direct hurricane wind impacts. It's going to be close, but there is a ton of rain and catastrophic flooding that is already occurring across the island. And it's not just Haiti, it's all of the Hispaniola area, the southern coastline, southern sides of the Dominican Republic. You can't even really see the coastal areas here from this satellite imagery. So I'll eliminate the viz and look at the heavy rain. This is hundreds of millimeters of rain coming into this area. You're getting up to, in some spots, 100 to 200 millimeters of rain on a daily basis. That's 4 to 8 inches of rain. You're getting winds of nearly 40 miles an hour in Punta Cana. You're getting showers and storms to drive their way to Puerto Rico, or even in Puerto Rico for today, we could see some isolated flooding from time to time on the western side of the island. I do have access to the radar here out of Puerto Rico, so take a look at this. Now, it only gets you into the far eastern sides of the Dominican Republic, but you can see the moisture-laden air that is now on the eastern tip of the island all the way towards Punta Cana, and additional showers and storms that will continue to spread into the central and western sides of Puerto Rico throughout the rest of the day. And this is an area, again, when you get as far to the east as Puerto Rico, I'm not overly concerned about excessive flooding in a large area, but isolated flooding is a possibility. But it is an extreme situation right now for the southern sides of Hispaniola, and some of this is now getting into some of the higher terrain, and you're also getting winds of 35 to 40 miles an hour. So that's the current situation. I want to be clear. Melissa is expected to then get over southeast sides of Cuba, still as a major hurricane, and on the end of the 5-day track as we get into Wednesday, emerge still as a Cat 3, close to the central and southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. And those will be the next areas I promise you I'll be closely monitoring. We'll take it as it comes. Again, this is a slow moving storm, so we are going to have some time to track this together over the weekend and throughout early to mid next week. When we start to look at when the weather is really going to start to go downhill, that's when your sustained tropical storm force winds begin to arrive in your area. They're basically already there on the far southwest side of Haiti towards Lacaille, but they'll freshen up and pull deeper through all of Haiti and the western sides of the Dominican Republic through the weekend. We'll start the tropical storm conditions on the far eastern sides of Jamaica, places like Morant Point, maybe on over towards Port Antonio at around 8 a.m., Saturday at around 8 p.m., and then throughout the overnight hours into Sunday morning, your sustained tropical storm force winds arrive in places like Kingston and throughout the entire island the rest of Sunday. Now, let me be clear. Okay, because Melissa is already getting stronger, the wind fields are likely to expand, and these times of arrival could be too slow. It's not out of the question that a a larger Melissa, as it gets stronger, could throw tropical storm winds sustained in these areas even a little bit sooner than what the Hurricane Center shows you on that map. So when we look at the intensity, again, we have to concern ourselves with likely a major hurricane. The official forecast, again, is a Cat 4 right now. That's the OFC line that you see. But the Hurricane Center has even mentioned that, yes, they're on the higher end of guidance, but there's a lot of models that try and make this a Category 5 if it stays in the open waters south of Jamaica for longer. So a slower movement would equal a stronger storm. This is the European model's latest run. Again, the storm is still slow to get its act together through tomorrow as far as really intensifying, but it's already beating the models as of this Friday afternoon. And then you just get a storm that really gets, unfortunately, very strong throughout the day on Sunday as it meanders south of Jamaica. And eventually, with a trough building into the west, we're going to have southwest winds to pull the storm back north into the east. But again, that might not occur until Tuesday or even late Tuesday night, early on Wednesday. But the European model, unfortunately, takes the storm, just like you saw on that centerline track, directly over Jamaica, southeast sides of Cuba, and close to the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos very early on Thursday. So if you do live in the southern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos, you need to be monitoring this situation very closely. The Cayman Islands would get brushed by tropical storm sustained winds, especially Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, and we would certainly see some near hurricane force winds on the western sides of Hispaniola. These are your sustained winds. Look down here for the maximum. Again, you're getting into major hurricane status and Cat 4 status on the European model, and then pulling the storm in is likely a Cat 3 on the Euro as we get into, again, late Monday, early on Tuesday, but the impacts will be felt before that. So when we look at the Euro, because it's farther south, tomorrow we brush the southeast coastline of Jamaica with sustained tropical storm force winds, which as the storm gets bigger and expands, gets towards Kingston and towards Mandeville and Maypen and Treasure Beach and Black River, Sav-Lamar areas, on over towards Negril. You get the idea that just the deeper into the weekend that we go, the stronger the storm is going to be, the larger the wind field, and the more sustained higher end tropical storm conditions and hurricane conditions are likely. And then, of course, we get a direct impact on the European model as we get into Monday and Tuesday. Looking at the half-say model with Melissa. So now we're looking at the refined tropical models with this. It's very much in line with what we're seeing on the European model, where we have a storm coming back into the island once it's kind of sits off of the shoreline over the weekend. So you'll see the developing storm. Those are your sustained winds in miles an hour at the bottom of your screen. And again, the storm is still outperforming the half-say at this point in time, but it pulls back over the island as more than likely a Category 3 or Category 4. But
what's better after 50, Gwen? Gym or Tai Chi?
One builds ego, the other reverses time.
How to start Tai.
Based on what I'm seeing right now with what the storm is doing, these intensities unfortunately could even be lower than what actually occurs. But you're also seeing that we have several models now with a direct impact into Jamaica as a major hurricane, regardless of what the exact number is going to be. And obviously, we're going to have just devastating wind impacts from this storm wherever it goes, but also the rain impacts too. If the storm is on the west side, again, the right front quadrant has the most wind and has the heaviest rainfall. That's the most dangerous side of the storm here. And that right front quadrant is the one that influences Jamaica for the longest period of time. So unfortunately, and we'll look at what the Hurricane Center is showing you, potentially feet of rain could fall over Jamaica with this storm. Historic rainfall totals and potentially wind out of this storm is not out of the question. Again, I don't say this lightly, but everything that I've seen and what you guys are seeing right now in this video points to that as a possibility and in some ways as a probability. This is the half-say model. I wanted to show you this. It's a simulated radar, if you will, the simulated rain coming in with the storm. You can clearly see, again, the northeast side of the storm. The rain and the wind field is farthest away from the center, so more able to impact Jamaica for the longest amount of time. You get farther west towards the Cayman Islands, they're close, but they're on the drier side of the storm with the counterclockwise spin. All that moisture is feeding back into the eastern side, so Hispaniola gets hit very hard with the continued rain, and Jamaica is obviously covered up in the rain as well for a very long amount of time. So here's Cuba. here's Jamaica, here's Hispaniola. That's the problem, right? Through Wednesday morning. So what? We're talking like 4 more plus full days. Portions of Haiti and the Dominican Republic could get inundated with additional rainfall. They are also likely to see several feet of rain out of this. This is the HWRF simulated model. I wanted to just show you this one because it's the farthest west of these fine-tuned hurricane models, all right? So you'll see the storm do exactly what the other models have shown you, but it goes farther west, closer to the Cayman Islands. So Little Cayman and Cayman Brac would be brushed by hurricane conditions on the HWRF model, but it is the far western outlier. But look at this monster storm that pulls into the southeast Bahamas early to mid next week. So again, allowing that running up, but the east side of the storm is still over Jamaica, all of the heavier rain. Here comes southeast Cuba, major hurricane, I mean, just an absolute buzzsaw on the HWRF model, and then into the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Wind profile from the H1 model, so the same model you just saw, but now we're looking at the wind profile. Because it stays in the open waters longer and it doesn't have the center going over Jamaica, it's even a stronger storm. But again, it could be discounting the initial conditions of what Melissa already is. So, you know, if it's weaker to begin with and it's still pumping in a Cat 4 hurricane, what could happen if Melissa starts to outperform the intensity guidance in just the next day or two? Then you're going to really start to see these models pick up on an even more intense storm. Unfortunately, given the environmental conditions with sea surface temperatures 30, 31 degrees, the prolonged time that Melissa is likely to sit in these waters, and the very little wind shear, which is now present and will not be present for the most part, Melissa doesn't have much of a top end here, right? There's not a lot of cap environmentally to stop this storm from continuing to get stronger and stronger and stronger. We need this to go away. But as I've mentioned, there is no escape path at this point in time where this storm is not going to be bringing significant.
Ditch your old trousers. This is the only pair you'll need for winter. Take advantage of our off-season discount now.
Devastating and potentially life-threatening impacts to some of our areas. The Google DeepMind model continues to narrow its window, if you will, as far as the ensemble members and where it's going. You have the vast majority making that track right over Jamaica. And that center line is now exactly where you see that from what I've shown you from the Navy at 2 o'clock, right? Right over central Jamaica. Now, potentially that could bring a little bit less wind to the western side of the island, right? But the island, relative to how big Melissa is, it's probably not going to matter. This is the other problem. Now you have this storm blowing right back over, right? And if the European is right, yes, you can clearly see the gradient of rain. There's going to be potentially a lot more rain on the eastern side of Jamaica compared to west, but everyone is in store for potential flash flooding. But friends, this is 4 feet of rain. This is 48 inches of rain in somewhere within this purple. The legend goes up to 20 inches, but the maximum on this map is 48 inches, all right? That is the potential rain that could be coming through until it accelerates. But that's not going to happen until it goes through Jamaica. And clearly, again, the southwest and southern sides of Hispaniola in store for additional rainfall totals that are likely to be well over 10 inches. Maybe even an additional 15 to 20 inches. It's unbelievable the amount of rain that could come from this storm. We also have to worry about the swells. That with an onshore wind, remember counterclockwise winds. So on the north side of the storm, you get easterlies pulling into places like Kingston and the eastern side of the island with onshore winds continuing for days. That could lead to inundation of water as well. If you live along the coastline, southern Jamaica, eastern Jamaica, you need to be very cautious and again, heed local government and officials, but trying to find some higher ground is not a bad idea. Again, preparations should be coming to an end fairly shortly here because weather conditions are going to start to go downhill beginning on Saturday. So look, a couple of things I want to do here. Again, this is the messaging part of this video, but to bring this all home, you know, I can't do it on this map. Hang on. I'm going to go back over here real quick. I can't even do it on that map. All right. We'll do it on another map. I'm going to show you the discussion from the Hurricane Center, but I got to get back to my weather computer to do that. My point is that I'm not pulling these numbers out of the air. Okay. I'm going in lockstep with the Hurricane Center and based off the model information that I've seen. Through Monday, portions of the eastern side of Jamaica, the eastern parishes, are likely to see 10 to 20 inches of rain. That is 250 to 500 millimeters, and there's more to come potentially throughout the day on Tuesday. So that's probably not the highest end total that we could see. Western parishes about 4 to 10 inches, and it will all depend on exactly where the storm goes. If it stays east of the western side of the island, they would get the lower totals. If it pulls farther west, they could be in store for a lot of double digit in inches rainfall totals as well. The winds are going to be a tricky forecast, okay? Because if the storm stays farther to the south, maybe it's more just tropical storm force winds through Sunday and then things really pick up. But more than likely, beginning late Sunday and Monday, from everything that I've seen, we're going to start to get hurricane sustained conditions move into the island, and especially through late Monday and on Tuesday, potentially major hurricane conditions throughout the island as well. And we've already mentioned the dangerous seas and swells. This is, again, life-threatening flooding in eastern Jamaica, life-threatening flooding through the southern sides of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, 10 to 15 inches of rain locally, but up to 20 inches to continue, 250 to 500 millimeters. There's all kinds of flash flood warnings that are going on right now. You guys know this area. If you live there, please be very cautious. But this is the kind of rainfall that the Hurricane Center notes could cut off communities from each other, could wash out roadways and, cause there to be travel that would be not available. Right? All the roads get washed out with this kind of rain and the fast moving water coming down from higher elevations. And you have a lot of mudslides and landslides that go along with this in a higher terrain area like Hispaniola. Look, and even Jamaica is included in that in some areas. Winds around 40 to 60 the farther west that you go towards Lakai, potential hurricane force sustained winds, and those large swells will continue to batter the island, 10 to 20 foot swells or 3 to 6 meters. Again, there's not a lot of escape route here. Melissa on the European model, it's even hard to see Jamaica. Again, your ensemble mean is just west of the island, but there are several members with potential tracks that are right over the island. And then the GFS is still farther east, but it's beginning to nudge west as well. Your purple line is going to be your deterministic. Remember, it was over Hispaniola and already north of Hispaniola from just a couple of days ago. It's picked up the fact that it was wrong and that the storm is slower and that it's likely to go farther to the west. And now your ensemble mean, which is in the black there, is right over Jamaica. Again, on the GFS, you can't even see the island. So this is what you need to prepare for, guys. Interests in these areas should be finishing up or hopefully already done with their preparations. The Dominican Republic and Haiti as the catastrophic flooding continues. Jamaica, significant flooding and hurricane force winds. You do have at least through today and in some parts of the island on Saturday, but I would want to be done with everything I need to get done as early on Saturday as I possibly can. If you live in southeast Cuba, the central and southeast Bahamas or Turks and Caicos, you need to take this storm very seriously and closely monitor what is going to be happening with this storm over the weekend, because based on everything that I'm seeing, these areas are likely to also get direct impacts early to mid next week. We have a lot more to go. Appreciate you guys taking a quick second, hitting that like button. If you haven't subscribed, you want these updates. First of all, you guys know I'm going to be going live for what is likely to be the next days and days and days. We'll be running our weather computer radar live as well. There's a lot of things that we can bring you in a 24/7 coverage kind of situation. But as the storm approaches areas, I'll be going on live. So the biggest thing you can do out of all of this is to share this channel with your family and friends. Anyone who you think could get something out of this for this timely information, that's the most important thing, is we get this information out. And of course, I appreciate all those who support the channel as well. So I do, as I mentioned, want to show you guys the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. And of course, it's not pulling up. Oh, because I've got the wrong one. I apologize. This should work. All right. And the reason why I want to talk about this is you're like, all right, Rusty, these rainfall totals, what are you talking about? I want to show you what the Hurricane Center is talking about. And they use the word catastrophic throughout a lot of this and devastating. And they don't use those words very lightly. But read with me. Melissa is expected to bring 10 to 20 inches of rain to portions of southwest Haiti and eastern Jamaica through Monday with locally higher amounts possible. Okay? So eastern Jamaica, that's what we're talking about. In their headline, right? Melissa reorganizing, poised to intensify substantially over the next few days, life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding and landslides, especially expected in portions of southern Hispaniola and Jamaica through the weekend. And then when we look at the discussion, which is kind of the nuts and bolts meteorological aspect of this. But just to kind of, again, give you an idea that the Hurricane Center has this as a high-end Cat 4. You get to 157 and you've got a Cat 5. So we're not that far away in the long term to potentially be talking about a Category 5 storm. Please take this as seriously as you ever have if you live in these areas. And obviously, we'll have a little bit of time over the weekend to continue to update this. Is this track set in stone? No. But I think it's just more of a matter of fact of where or how close to Jamaica it's likely to come. I don't think that this storm is going to do anything, crazier than that as far as going in a completely different direction. So it's just how strong it gets and exactly where on the island it's going to go. And then down the road, what are the continued impacts for Hispaniola and Cuba and the southeast sides of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as well? Other areas are going to be impacted by this storm, unfortunately. Now, in the short term, the rain will continue to spread back over Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Will dry out a bit overall in the eastern sides of our area. Will also dry out a bit through most of our western areas. I'm still expecting some showers and storms to redevelop in a localized fashion over portions of Belize and Guatemala and Honduras. Drier conditions over most of the Yucatan. It's going to be a lovely forecast. Now, again, these winds that you're seeing are gusts. So we still have some breezy conditions in the northern Bahamas right now, but at this point in time, they're looking pretty good. We have our live cameras. Let's show you those. It's a live look outside to Oranjestad. Now, again, this is an area, the ABC Islands on the south side of the Melissa. As the storm gets stronger, we'll start to pull in more moisture all the way from the northern sides of South America. I would expect skies to remain relatively cloudy and from time to time, an isolated shower or thunderstorm is possible. More localized rain is possible for St. Lucia, but a very isolated fashion, and it's a relatively nice weekend ahead. And we're looking okay so far in central Eleuthera here in the Bahamas. Again, we have a fresh breeze outside. I would not expect at this point in time Melissa to bring direct impacts as far north as central Eleuthera in the Bahamas. But our other camera in Long Island, that's an area we'll have to watch out for. Anywhere in the central and the southeast Bahamas, and especially Turks and Caicos, we'll have to really closely monitor for next week. So this is the rain forecast island by island. Again, relatively dry northwest Bahamas. What's interesting is that based on the reflectivity profile of Melissa that I've seen, we'll actually get a little bit of drier air nudging north to lower the rain chance Sunday, Monday in the southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, but then rain chances should improve again very quickly on Tuesday and Wednesday. Cuba's rain chances on the southern side and southeast side of the island will be exceptionally high. Cayman Islands rain chances again, let's hope our friends in the Cayman Islands don't get those direct hurricane impacts and we just get some tropical storm squalls coming in from time to time throughout the weekend ahead. Belize City, Cancun, and Cozumel more isolated. Obviously, very wet, stormy. This doesn't tell the story, but you get the idea of how wet it's going to be. Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic. Still very high rain chances in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands tomorrow, fading a bit through Monday, but still on the moderate side. Bermuda has good rain chances tomorrow, then scattered Sunday, Monday. Anguilla, St. Kitts, and Nevis. It's still more localized. There's still a bit of moisture from Melissa spreading even into the Leeward Islands. It's not going to be a heavy all-day rain, but the overall chance for showers in the Lesser Antilles in general through the weekend is still higher than average. Antigua, Barbuda, Montserrat, Guadeloupe, a little bit drier towards Dominica and Martinique, and then we'll see more isolated rain for St. Lucia, SVG, Barbados and Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago. Not a lot of rain, but just a few scattered showers and storms. Suriname and Guyana with, again, more isolated than anything. Not a lot of rain in the forecast for Nueva Esparta. And the AB Sounds, again, a few showers out there, but nothing that'll be extremely prominent. First of all, again, if you are a vlog.
Right. Thank you for staying with us. Sorry, we needed to bring you that update so you understand the veracity and the complexity of this storm, particularly how slow it is also moving. It is moving at a very, very slow pace, which will make the storm lingers over the country for days, unlike other storms. Have we learned anything from Hurricane Melissa? If you speak to the people of Jamaica, especially on the southern coastline of St. Elizabeth and other parishes, they would tell you how devastating Melissa was, Beryl was. Melissa is expected to come with a worse force than Beryl. Given the experience of Melissa, I'm urging Jamaicans to be cautious, particularly those in the coastal and lowline areas near rivers and gully banking and all sorts. You must as a priority follow evacuation orders. I speak particularly to my community. We live on a dangerous stretch that we call Parity Seaside, which is divided into two areas called Windward and Leeward. The English pronunciation Windward and Leeward, what we call them Windward and Leeward. Now, Leeward is my mother's side of family. Windward is my father's side of family. Particularly Leeward, we live in a very dangerous territory, but the whole of that stretch, where we are in the middle of the lake, we are between the lake and the sea. Heavy rainfall with storm surge, rain falling for days, could bring serious consequences, particularly to my community, because you will be trapped between two waters. The difference with Melissa, as we can see her direction and other hurricane, is how swift they move over the country. People in Jamaica will tell you that Beryl lasts less than an hour. Those of us who remember Gilbert was a few hours as well. With Melissa is predicted to linger for days over the country, bringing heavy rainfall with it, which is the thing that will span a lot of the danger for Jamaica people, the flash flood, the land slippage, and all of that. So we are urging Jamaicans across the board to be careful, but more so those in the low-lying and threatened areas. Have we as a people learned anything from Beryl? Or has the government learned anything from Beryl that would allow them to put measures in place so what we experience in the aftermath of Beryl, the experience isn't the same in the aftermath of Melissa? Well, if you're looking by what they call their preparedness, if you are to judge it by what they call their preparedness, let's look at a critical area, or drains and gullies. Or drains and gullies at the moment, we are in a catfight trying to get them clean. Will it be effective enough as if we were regularly cleaning them throughout the year, but have a drive when it comes to May every year to start making sure we start our hurricane preparedness by making sure we clean our drains We make sure our culverts are cleared, or gully bank and gully ways are clear. So it doesn't give us faith. Their readiness doesn't give us faith, given what we saw happen last year, and given how shoddy we see that this process is unfolding. It really don't give you courage that care is being really put into this. Now, if we look at even Jamaica Public Service coming to the podium, I think on Wednesday, Thursday, rather than reassuring the people of what they will be doing, what measures they're putting in place, how they plan to get into action and resolve problems after the hurricane. No, it was more about our money. And I don't know how many Jamaicans find that irritating or off-putting, that even before the hurricane approaches, in a country where people are really suffering, people are suffering from high cost of living, and the only thing that they can be told, prepare yourself to pay higher prices in energy fee in the aftermath of the hurricane. That don't send a caring message at all to the people of Jamaica. Like this government and the armory of the state cares about the people. So the preparedness that they're all telling us about, like Dr. Tufton, who's telling us that the hospitals are prepared and in emergency mode. Do they have equipment? Do they have machinery? Do they have adequate oxygen and ventilators? How much of our theater is ready to full swing into gear island-wide, Dr. Tufton, should the devastation of Melissa turn out on the Wassa side? How much of our operating theater is ready to go into gear? I would even ask you about bed, because this is why I'm hung between of you making bed space for the potentials of what could happen. But we could have bed space in the Dr. Tufton, and we don't have injection needle, we don't have plaster, we don't have painkiller, we don't have adequate saline, we don't have adequate amount of blood. So the word preparedness, which they use in every election, don't really give me faith that things are put into gear, because even the financial allocation for preparedness across the country, the government is doing it on a needs-tested basis. Rather than preparing the country, you're putting the whole country on disaster risk management alert, But at the same time, you're mean testing which section of the island that gets funding. I mean, the flooding, the direction of Melissa, even if certain part of the island don't get hit by strong wind, the entire island is forecast to have an awful dump of water on it. So, of course, even that side of Jamaica, where the hurricane is not threatened to cause havoc, the water dump on that side of Jamaica could reap havoc as well. So why the means tested allocation of fund in a hurricane that the direction is telling us that we're likely to have a shutdown of the country for days? It's not like Gilbert and Melissa and the rest of them where hurricane blow over tonight and by tomorrow morning the whole of the outer road a clean up and a walk up and down and check on the community. No, it is said that some community could be cut off from each other for days because of flood water and heavy rain. And this is forecasted island-wide when it comes to the rain. So how is it that these sectors that Nestor Morgan is means testing funds for does not require the support? Can we means test them after the hurricane when we immediately needs to kick into gear, where the fire service and ambulance, the fire service and the police needs to be working even in certain atrocious condition? So the whole preparedness argument don't really get me. The Prime Minister was bobbing and waving and hitchhiking, and then we see the Prime Minister come out yesterday with the usual, the violence, because this Prime Minister not seem to can do nothing with violence not attached to it. Andrew Holness not seem to can do nothing. Andrew Holness not seem to, and I find that very irritating, Prime Minister, where I don't see where you approach issues with humility. It's always on a more violent, I don't know, I'm hearing him. I'm hearing him with the violent behavior. 1 second there, globalist. I don't know if I'm me or the Prime Minister with the violent behavior. But Mr. the Prime Minister come at the podium and him a violent as usual. No, Prime Minister, what I would expect you to do in this circumstances is to approach with humility. Remind the nation of what we're going through, what is to come, and that all of us will be going through it together. Appeal to Jamaicans to be calm, not to loot and all of that. But don't just come out with the bully boy tactics all the while. I check me with your police them. Because half the time the thief where you talk about, your police them involved in it. But what I'm saying, as the Prime Minister for the country, when we in these phase, you can approach it with humility. Is out of these situation and your bad man talk came the what's him call it? Came the meet your judge or maker. Try as a Christian boy to approach things with humility. Sorry, you know, always have to be so juggernautus and violent and all of that. Me tell you all the while, every time I stand up on that side of the Atlantic, we get a wing end of it on this side of the Atlantic as well. The Disaster Risk Management Act was a 2015 act. and there were amendments to the Act in 2020. Now, in a case like this, COVID and others, man-made disaster or natural disaster, or a pandemic, you will see the government invoke the powers of the Disaster Risk Management Act 2015 and the 2021 amendment. I don't think some of the rules under the DRNA is strange to some of you, because you would have gone through the experience during COVID. So under that, the Prime Minister has declared Jamaica a threatened area, which he will move at a later point to declare Jamaica as a zone of disaster or a zone of danger. Some one of those wording, more a zone of disaster. I think it's now declared as a threatened zone. So in further development, we will look to see it changed to a disaster zone. Now, that gives, under the DRNA, centralized power to the government in its ODPEM capacity under the DRNA to centralize and coordinate the efforts of recovery and all of that. So, as we say, we expect the Prime Minister later on to declare the island a danger area or a danger zone, because it has already been declared a threatened zone, and with the direction of confusion of Melissa, then that is what is expected to be happening. So all of the parish disaster committees will swung into full gear for the preparedness under these rules. But there are also consequences under these rules for you, the citizens of Jamaica, regardless of the circumstances of the situation. When the country is declared under the DRNA a disaster risk management area, it will also possibly come with curfew powers and powers of crowd dispersal. It's up to what the government want to enforce, what he think is necessary to have control over the situation at the time. And that does not exclude you being fined for violation of the DNRAs should government give us advice and prohibition under the invocation of the DRNA Act. One second. So what you have to be aware of, the curfew power, if after this is necessary in cases like this, where after a hurricane or after a natural disaster because of hunger and all of that, sometimes opportunities, people can go on a looting rant. With the DRNA, it would have curfew powers along with it as well. So, while DRNA is invoked, you are to be aware of what restrictions come with it given the circumstances. Unlike during COVID, one of the amendment was like the no movement and all of that violation, the prohibition of gatherings such as for church, funeral, and other events and things like that. I'm not sure this situation wouldn't warrant that, but this situation wouldn't warrant a gathering. I don't see at the moment for like funerals, weddings, churches, and such a forth. But we must be aware of whatever restrictions that comes with the DNRA given the circumstances, because this is not a pandemic, so we don't expect the government to put upon quarantine or to put upon no movement and all of that.
The way in which meetings like sessions keep the field moving forward is presenting the highest level science to the broadest possible audience. It's something that you really have to be there.
Under the DNRA during COVID. So those are things that you also need to be aware of. What are the restrictions under the DNRA for the period where a state of emergency or a zone of disaster has been declared by the government? Because you don't want to end up spending 12 months in prison or have to pay up to $1 million in fine for breaches of DNRA rules, as what we saw happen in COVID during that whole imprisonment era. We must also, as well, be careful that the government does not use the situation to put unwarranted restriction on your rights and freedoms. That is something that you also need to be aware of, take in consideration as well. But all in all, safety is paramount in all of this, as well as your preparedness to weather the storm. Given that this storm is expected to last for days, the advice is to make sure you have at least a week of food prepared, food that will not hold on, they look like the government have one new press conference, special press briefing preparation for. They will be coming up with the Jamaica government will be coming up with a new press conference shortly. So we will keep with eye to see what they are talking about. Hold on. Watching started 2 minutes ago. Okay, they not come and stream. But as soon as they come and stream, we'll tap in to hear what they have to say to us. Safety is paramount in all of this. So you are to follow all of the precautionary guidelines from the government and the necessary, the agencies in charge of guiding you through this scenario. You must also make your preparedness for food, a supply of food and medicine that will help you to go through this period, because the country could be possible in a very long unusual shutdown, unlike what we're normally used to in other hurricanes. So we must make sure we have enough medication, enough food, battery, candle, flashlight, matches, lighter, those necessary things that you will need to have to bring you through the period. Those who are on medication devices like asthma pump and all the others, those who may have allergy and you may need to have your EpiPen and all of that, those who have diabetes, high blood pressure, your medication is a priority. Whatever health complications you have, your medication is a priority. And make sure the foods you are buying are foods to last without the need of being refrigerated. Canned food, dry goods, nuts, and such alike, and such a forth that can keep you through the period. But safety is the most paramount in all of what is to come. We want to make sure that we go through this with none or minimal loss of life. Now, on the infrastructure side of things, as Grandma would say, poorly hopes. Poorly hopes, as Grandma would say. But
good morning, everyone. It is Saturday, October 25, 2025. Yes, it is a Saturday, and we are still here. The ministers are still here. We've been doing a briefing every day since Wednesday, and we will not stop providing information to the public. Our Prime Minister has been very clear that it is important that we continue to communicate to Jamaica. And so we're here. We will be here throughout the storm. We'll be here providing the information that all of Jamaica needs. Rest assured, all of your ministers are working. They are working really hard to ensure that the entire government apparatus is ready for this storm. And so this morning, we have some ministers here with us. Obviously, we have the key person responsible for coordinating everything, which is the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, our Minister of Local Government and Community Development. We also have Minister Vaz here with us, who's going to give you some very critical updates. We also have Minister Matthew Samuda with us, and we will also have Minister Floyd Green. We have our reps from ODPEM 2 and Met Service will be coming up shortly to give you an update on where this storm is. I know there's a lot of fatigue. This morning I had one person call and say that they're just suffering from a lot of anxiety, because usually we know a hurricane comes after a few days. You know, you see the hurricane. We've seen this hurricane just linger. And so I know there's a lot of stress. And so we say to you, listen to these ministers, listen to the official sources, and we are giving you the best information we can so that you and your family can be safe. And so we're going to start with Minister Vaz this morning, who's giving you some critical updates.
Good morning, Jamaica. Not sure how good the morning is, but we are here alive and well, so we give God thanks. So everything else remains based on the two last updates that I gave yesterday and the day before, save and except for 4 areas of my portfolio responsibility. Let me start with the airports. It is very important that persons know so that they can plan. So we'd have indicated this morning that both the Norman Manley International Airport and the Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay would remain open for today's scheduled flights. Subsequent to that, I've had a conversation with airports authorities before coming here, and a decision has been taken to close Norman Manley International Airport after the last flight that is scheduled to arrive in Jamaica at 8 p.m. tonight. So let me say that we would categorize it as 8 p.m. or the last arriving flight. So if the flight is delayed for any reason, it will be accommodated, but all flights will be accommodated today at both Norman Manley International Airport and Sangster International. So my recommendation for those of you who want to get back to Jamaica or to get out of Jamaica, try and change your arrangements to get out today, meaning Saturday. We will have a meeting at 2 p.m. today to discuss the closure of the Sangster International Airport, MBJ. So we will advise you after the 2 o'clock meeting today as to the closing time for that. This is important for many reasons, both for our locals to get in and get out, but also for our tourism industry. So as we speak now, they are trying, the hotels are in communication through the Ministry of Tourism to communicate with the airlines to make sure that they increase their capacity loads in terms of the different planes and configurations to try and get out as many of those that are vacationing in Jamaica and want to get out, obviously, before the storm or the hurricane. So that in itself will bring clarity, and I hope that this message will go out far and wide. The next one is for JPS, and I have an update that I received minutes ago that I will share with you. At 9 o'clock this morning, there were 275 customers without electricity, broken down as follows: 95 customers in the west, 40 in central Jamaica, and 140 in eastern Jamaica. There are no widespread outages at this time. Each outage addresses on average 2 customers. The major cause of outages are trees on lines due to the high soil saturation levels. Approximately 550 persons are positioned and responding. This includes JPS employees, local contractors, and overseas line workers, for which I can confirm that 71 are actually in Ireland as we speak, which is a big difference from Hurricane Beryl. There are no major incidents currently on the electricity system. System is stable and JPS has been responding accordingly. So, as of right now, we have a stable electricity supply, and basically the number of outages as we speak on the eve of a storm or a hurricane is actually lower than when we are not in this mode. So I'll keep the country updated fully on that. The toll, we are waiting and expecting to give a directive to open the toll booths closer to the time of the storm or the hurricane. As of right now, the buildup is not bad. We are monitoring it, and I have already signed an order that just needs to be dated so that it can be effected immediately. So once we see it, and I suspect probably closer to Monday, with the big impact coming between Monday night and Tuesday, that would when the necessity would arise. But more importantly, I'm also giving a directive that once the storm or the hurricane passes, that we open the toll for emergency services and, of course, other persons who want to go to check on their family, their businesses, etc. So we have a pre and a post plan for toll. JUTC is on standby in collaboration with OutPem and the police to assist with evacuations, and I suspect evacuations will become more and more necessary as the weather event gets closer and closer. So I can say that also is in place. So as it relates to the telcos and Petrojam and all the other reports I gave in the days recently, all remain on standby. Everybody is in ready position. And the only thing that I would say before closing is to make an appeal to all Jamaicans. Do not take this lightly. It is coincidental that we had 37 years between Charlie and Gilbert, and 37 years exactly between Gilbert and Melissa. Those of us who are around for Gilbert know exactly what, but there's many that did not experience it. So I'm saying to you, safety is priority, and being smart helps a lot. Don't make foolish decisions. Don't make stupid decisions, like coming out in the middle of the storm to see what's happening. Please, I'm making a special appeal because we are in a very, very serious time over this next few days, and we need all Jamaica to band together, and most importantly, prayers up, up, up for every single Jamaican and Jamaica, land we love. God bless Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. We're now going to have what I know most people have tuned in for, which is the forecast from none other than Evan Thompson, and he'll be followed by his minister, Minister Samuda. Evan, we're all stressed out. Please come and tell us what is going on and when we will expect rain, when we'll get wind, when this hurricane or tropical storm will start affecting the country. So please welcome Evan Thompson, who the entire country is waiting for.
Thank you very much, Minister, and very good morning to everyone. It has been a long few days and lots of activity, and of course now we're faced by the information of a tropical storm that's rapidly developing and moving closer and closer to Jamaica. The latest bulletin that was issued this morning would have been bulletin number 29, that was issued at 11 o'clock. And just to give you an idea of some of the information that is there, while I'm hoping that we will be able to show a few slides, some images that I captured. The latest position was at 16.5 north and 75.1 west. Now that means that the system still has not moved very much. The movement has still only been about 2 miles per hour. And that has been the situation for the past 24 hours. No significant movement. There has been some strengthening, however, where the system has actually moved from storm at wind speeds of 45 kilometers per hour to 60 to 65, and now reaching 110 kilometers per hour. At 119 kilometers per hour, it would be classified as a hurricane. So it is really on the brink of becoming a hurricane, moving still toward Jamaica. The expectation, well, the system is currently moving toward the northwest, and that is at, or west-northwest, and that is at just 1 mile per hour. And it is packing winds, as I said, of 110 kilometers per hour. Now that system is expected to continue moving toward the west-northwest. You would see one image here that gives you an idea of what the mass of clouds associated with the system look like. And if you look into that black area, at the center of the black, almost a circle, you'll see where the eye of the system is located. Very little movement, but it is drifting closer to the island of Jamaica, the eastern part of Jamaica, that's moving toward the northwest at only a mile or 2 miles per hour. Now it's expected to continue that motion throughout much of today, and then it is going to be moving toward the west, to move westward along the southern. Let me move to something that will show you a little bit more. There we go. If you take a look at this, it might be a bit small for you, but those black circles indicate the position of the system in the projected track. So it's expected to move toward the west, and when it is south of Jamaica, south of Clarendon in particular, it's expected to start moving toward the north. At that time, it is expected to be, all this time it is expected to be a major hurricane, because what we're expecting after today is that there will be rapid intensification of this system. That's a phase that some of these hurricanes go through, especially in these days of climate change. We find that this rapid intensification is becoming much more frequent, where there is a period where they just jump from one category to the next in just a couple of hours. So this is what we are expecting to occur with Tropical Storm Melissa, soon to become Hurricane Melissa, and it will continue to move toward the southern coastline of Jamaica. It should make impact with the coastline by Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning. Today is Saturday morning. So we have about 3 days of movement. During this period, we will be experiencing quite a bit of rainfall because the rains are expected to begin any time now. You would have experienced some brief showers already, but because of that cloud mass that you would see on the earlier image, I'll show you this one in a little while. Well, we can take a look at this closer one. You'll see that we are basically starting to experience the rainfall, Jamaica to the western side, the left side of the image. So the system will continue to advance closer to us. So we'll be into more of the oranges and the darker shades going into the black as we move through this weekend. So much of that rainfall will be moving across Jamaica, and that, of course, will be producing significant flooding over sections of the country. That is what would be expected with this amount of rainfall. The projection, I'll show you this chart, which shows us in that pink area. This is where the rainfall is expected what it's expected to look like, where the rain is concerned. And we're seeing that in the chart to the right, it shows 20 to 30 inches of rainfall. This is really an estimate. A better guide actually suggests that it will be more like 15 to 25 millimeters, 15 to 25 inches of rainfall that will move across Jamaica over the next few days. That is significant. When we have 2 inches of rainfall, it's whole heap of rainfall. So when we talk about 15 to 25, this is much more than, oh, that's somebody else's phone, I assume. Right, this is much more than you can even imagine to experience. This is a major rain-producing event. It is considered to be producing catastrophic flooding. In some cases, they say life-threatening. We have already heard about some lives being lost in Haiti. And this is because of this system. So we must take every precaution when it comes to the rainfall. If you are in any area that is flood prone, a low-lying area, you must find a way to build a relationship with somebody that will help you to move from that area, or move to those shelters as soon as they are open and make sure that you are able to ride out this whole system. Now, it's going to be here for a long time. This system, as I said from the earlier picture, lots of rainfall, and it will be with us for a good 5 days or so. Heavy rainfall, increasing wind speeds. We are expecting that storm force winds. I believe there is another image that I could probably show. If I got it in, probably not. But it shows that these tropical storm force winds are expected to start being experienced in eastern parts of the island by this evening. And then as we go through tomorrow, those storm force winds will continue right across the country. We expect that we will experience the hurricane force winds starting to impact the island on Monday morning. It's likely that it will be Monday morning. So we are going to go through almost 48 hours of storm force winds affecting sections of the island before the hurricane force winds actually begin to impact us. And that is expected to continue right through Monday, right through Tuesday, right through Wednesday. And then we could be starting to experience some weakening in terms of the wind speeds. But hurricanes have a way, even if the center has moved away from you, the impact of the system usually continues for another 2 days. So expect that throughout next week, we will be impacted by this system. It will be very difficult to move around. It will not be, even after the system has basically said that it is moving away. I had a discussion with representatives from the National Hurricane Center in the US just before I came here. And they were saying that the kind of rainfall that we're experiencing, that we will be experiencing, is going to prevent us from actually even doing some of the usual activities immediately after the system center moves off the island. We're going to be prevented because of blocked roads, because of landslides, because of the amount of water that remains over the country, that it's going to be very difficult to move around, assuming that all of this pans out the way that is being projected at this time. So it will be a major hurricane. What is projected right now is that it will be a Category 4 hurricane that makes impact on the island. It will likely decrease as it moves toward the north coast, but a Category 4 hurricane is more than we have experienced before moving across the island. Gilbert was a Category 3 hurricane when it moved over Jamaica. It became Category 4 when it was heading to the Cayman Islands. Ivan was a Category 4 hurricane, yes, but the center did not pass over the island. Beryl was also a Category 4 hurricane, but it also did not impact us with a landfall. It was a direct hit because we've got the heavy rainfall and the associated weather, but it did not move over the island in terms of the center of the system. We have not had this experience before, so it's important for us to consider this as an extraordinary situation. As you can see, the center is expected to move off the island later on Tuesday, but the conditions are expected to linger even as the situation, as the center or as the hurricane itself starts to move even over eastern Cuba. We will continue to experience spiral bands from the system moving across the island. Those can produce more torrential rainfall. Lots more of the flooding is likely to take place even after the eye of the system has moved off the country. So those are the images that I wanted to share with you at this time. There is also the concern of storm surge. This is something that is often overlooked, but we will recall that back in the time in 2004 with Hurricane Ivan, we had storm surge that completely demolished an entire community, Caribbean Terrace in St. Andrew, near to the Palisados area, but that community no longer exists in the way that it used to because of storm surge. We would also know that with Ivan and with Dean in 2007, and even with Beryl, we had significant storm surge on the southern coastline in Rocky Point, in Portland Cottage of Clarendon, and there are other areas on the south coast that also were affected by storm surge. Now, storm surge is also a flooding event, but it is not the flooding from the rainfall. It is flooding that comes in with the waters of the sea. With these tremendous winds that a Category 4 hurricane could produce, that will push the water onto the shoreline from the water of the sea onto the shoreline. And with it pulling back into the sea, it takes even houses and communities possibly back into the sea along with it. So if you are living anywhere near a coastline, it is important that you pay attention to the fact that storm surge is a real potential. What will make a difference in terms of how badly you're affected by the storm surge is where exactly the center makes landfall. On the right side, or the eastern side of that center, the storm surge will be at its maximum. So if the center of the system passes over western Clarendon, for example, along the coast, the eastern part of Clarendon will experience significant storm surge, and this could be up to like 8 feet or maybe more. So we will give you more details later in our later bulletins of the height of the storm surge. We'll try to see if we can also produce some maps that will indicate how far inland the storm surge will impact, so that those persons who are some distance from the coastline but still in the low-lying area would also have an idea of what to expect. Of course, that's where we are concerned with places, even in the St. Andrew, Kingston area, even coastal St. Catherine, that could be affected by storm surge. Port Royal comes to mind, and there are also communities associated with Portmore as you move toward the coast as well, that would be at risk from storm surge because of this system. As I said, it is it is what is called a catastrophic hurricane. That is what is expected to not only pass the island, but move directly over the island. I'm sure there will be some questions afterwards, but that's the information. Yes.
I'm going to keep you here, which is not usually the way we do things, usually wait until the end. But you gave a very important update, and it is extremely, extremely frightening. And so we want to take some questions. I know that we have one question already. Can I get the microphone so that we can get that question answered? So you're saying today we're going to feel rain? There's going to be rain?
Yes, we will start to experience some rain today, but tomorrow throughout the day is when we expect that the rain will increase. And so today is really the last day to do what you have to do on the outside. Right. Don't expect to do anything tomorrow or any time between now and next week, Friday.
Okay. All right, let's take the first question. Thank you, Cheryl, for subbing today.
Thanks, Cheryl. Mr. Thompson, Arthur from the Jamaica there.
Yes.
Quick check. You keep saying the eastern side, the western side will have rain. My granny in Trinityville or my friend in Moko wants to know which communities should start expecting rains and where should we tell people move? If
Make that work.
What we want to share, not just eastern and western. Which communities should we say move now?
All right. As the system, thank you, Arthur, for the question. As the system moves closer and closer to the island, we will start to experience the heavy rainfall. Mainly, I would start by saying in eastern parts of the island, but then I'll continue by saying parts of St. Thomas. I won't be able to name communities, but as we move across St. Thomas, Portland, the Kingston and St. Andrew area, that's where the rainfall is going to start. As it progresses, then we'll start to see St. Mary being included. All the communities in St. Mary will be moving over to St. Catherine, moving over to Clarendon and Manchester, and in the north to some extent St. Anne. But because the system is going to be approaching more from the southern side, below the country, if you're looking at the map, we're going to experience more of the rainfall at that point as we go through Sunday and into Monday. The rainfall will become heaviest, mainly St. Thomas, Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, Clarendon, Manchester, going across into St. Elizabeth and eventually Westmoreland to a lesser extent, slightly lesser extent. But as I mentioned before, we're talking about amounts of rainfall that you have not been accustomed to experiencing. And the other parts of the island will also get significant rainfall. Our bulletin had indicated that western parts of the island will also experience significant rainfall, which is also unusual, but most of it will occur over those parishes that were named. Parts of Trelawney, St. James, and Hanover will probably be a little bit less impacted, but let's not take that as comfort, because it will still be more rainfall than you bargained for.
All right. And there'll be
surges now, the coastline areas?
Coastal areas.
Coastal areas. In terms of the storm surge, For the storm surge coastal areas, we are expecting that parts of Clarendon, St. Catherine, Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Thomas will be most impacted by the storm surge. So the coastal areas of those parishes should be really watching. I understand that our fishermen have for the most part moved in. People are commenting that they're seeing all the fishers coming in, and I take that as a good sign. Hopefully they are securing their vessels and making sure that they would be able to ride out the storm at home.
All right, thank you very much. Was there any other question we had at this point for Evan? Okay, here we are, Nationwide.
Yes.
Morning, Mr. Thompson. Morning, everybody. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News. I've heard a lot of warnings being given to persons that are in low-lying areas, but are persons in high areas also at risk? And if so, what should they do?
Of course. Thank you for your question, Mahiri. The hazards impact different areas in different ways. But if you are living in a hilly area, there is the landslide hazard that is a real possibility. Is an eventuality. It is going to occur. We're going to have landslides, and some areas are well known for land slippages. Others might not be as well known, but because the soil is already basically saturated and with the extent of rainfall expected, we're going to have more communities along hill slopes, steep hill slopes, that will be impacted by landslides. The matter of the wind is usually increased over hills. If you are living on a hillside or on a mountains, it's lovely views from there, but it also puts you at increased risk for wind damage. And that is because there is a resultant flow. Apart from the impact of the winds from the hurricane directly, there is the resultant flow in that what hits the ground also rises up the mountains and the hills. So you have that both things coming together and adding to the extent of the wind speeds that are experienced over slopes. That will be mostly on the slopes toward the south side of the island as the system progresses, because you will have more of the wind coming onto the coast from the south.
So is it safe to then say that there's no quote-unquote ideal area to be in, given the fact that all areas seem to be affected in some way by the system?
Unfortunately, you are correct with that. There's nowhere that will escape the wrath of this hurricane. It will be, the impact may be somewhat lesser for the northwestern part of the island that would include Hanover, St. James, and Trelawney. Possibly the impact is going to be less, and maybe a part of the west, at least the western part of St. Anne. But otherwise, it's going to be more. So they will still experience quite a number of these hazards affecting their area, but it may not be as much as those in St. Thomas, for example.
All right. One more question? Sure, that's fine.
Minister, just got one from one of our listeners who says, when you say 15 to 25 inches...
Stand up, please.
Stand up.
They want to see your face on camera.
Evan, when you said 15 to 25 inches of rain, should that mean for the farmer in Mavis Bank or the person in Arborview? What does 15 to 25 inches of rain mean?
I wish I could even describe it, because we don't normally get that kind of rainfall. But if you have experienced any of our major rainfall producers in the past, this is going to be more. You would recall when Hurricane Wilma was developing in 2005, when some of us will recall, Hurricane Wilma developed off the southwestern coast of Jamaica in October as well. And while that was developing, there was so much rainfall over the island that there was widespread, extensive flooding over all parishes. That is, we are expecting more than Wilma. If you are thinking also of, there was Nicole that moved over. It did not make landfall to over Jamaica either. It was east of the island, but the rainfall that it was experienced across Jamaica was again significant. And if anyone can remember that event, that is also a good marker, but it is going to be more. We haven't seen this kind of, we have to bear in mind also, I should point out that with the slow movement of the system, it doesn't allow you to recover. It's not like it's going to just move off and then gradually the water runs off. It's going to sit there pouring water while it's barely moving. And that is a significant challenge that we have to be aware of. It's going to cause significant, widespread, catastrophic, life-threatening floods, as long as what is predicted does take place. There's a small window of a change in a track, but even in my discussion with the Hurricane Center this morning, they said that window is closing because it is getting a little bit closer and all the models are becoming more in agreement with where the system will go.
All right. Any more questions? So any last words, Evan, to Jamaica? There are a lot of anxious Jamaicans who are just worried about what's going to happen. What would you say to them on Saturday morning at 11:05 a.m.?
I would say if there are some things that are not yet in place, that must be in place, you might have to brave the crowds because there are going to be crowds wherever you need to go. You might have to brave it if you need something. Let's not take advantage of getting much more than you will need. But consider your brothers and your sisters as well. There is somebody else who will not be able to go. There's somebody else who will be in need, and you might have to provide that kind of assistance to them, even now as we prepare. Today is your last day to prepare for this hurricane. If you have not done anything yet, don't think that you will be able to go out tomorrow and it will be easy to go and get things done, because that might not actually be a reality. You have to do what you can now. But I don't want you to think there is no hope, because I still believe that we can trust that things will not be as bad as I am making it sound to you by at least preparing yourself, yes, but at the same time, believing that you will ride this through. You will get over it, and tomorrow, metaphorically tomorrow, it will really be next week, the sun will shine again, and you will be okay. Just take care, take the precautions that are necessary, and do it now.
All right, thank you very much, Evan. Just reminding everyone that what Evan said, finish all your prep today. You won't have a chance to do it after today. And you're going to start feeling the tropical storm, winds, and the rain is coming from today. He also said something, which was that we must expect more rainfall than we've gotten from any of the other systems we can remember. So we have to take this very, very seriously. And Evan, we are so grateful to have you in the government service. And you will continue. I'm assuring you that we'll continue to hear from Evan. He will come on periodically. If we can't do the briefings in this room, we will find a way to get the information to you nevertheless. Thank you, Evan.
You're welcome.
Up next, we have Minister Matthew Samuda, our Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change. Minister, morning.
Thank you, Minister Dixon. Colleague ministers, heads of agency, permanent secretaries, members of the media, Jamaicans all. We started the very first press briefing, Minister Dixon, by saying that it was not time to panic, but time to prepare. Well, Jamaicans, it's still not time to panic, but the time for preparation is running out. From that perspective, I want to not thank Evan for his words, but thank him for the hours that he and his team have been putting in, certainly over the last 2 or so weeks, in monitoring this critical weather system. The Met Service is operating 24 hours a day, as it always does, but operating at full throttle to ensure that the information that we all need to prepare and to plan is indeed made available. But to Mr. Hall from the Observer's question, let us not have anyone in Jamaica, in any corner, think that they will escape effect. Let us be clear with every Jamaican that this is a large, slow-moving, dangerous storm, and that it is in your interest to A, listen to reputable news sources, B, ignore sources that are proven to be misinformation on a regular basis, and to tune to those sources that we have told you about before so that you have the accurate information in a timely fashion that allows you to plan and take the appropriate action.
I hope I
These
me
sources,
a
as we have
Japod
said,
pa.
Mr. Dixon, are the GIS through the Ministry of Education and Information, certainly the Ministry of Local Government and ODPEM, the Met Services channels, the Prime Minister's channels, the Office of the Prime Minister's channels, the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change channels. Stick to official government sources and reputable media houses for your briefings and for your updates as to the state of the storm, because it is a slow-moving, very wet, very dangerous storm, and we all know the areas that are affected by flood, by land slippage, and certainly that are affected because of being marooned when they are cut off because of trees falling. So stick to the reputable sources. Beyond that, I want to update the country that NWC's emergency protocols are now all in place. We have taken an additional step from the updates which were provided yesterday. We have moved to secure power supply additionally for our loading bays, for our trucking services.
Sir, move to something else because we don't have water
very close to our loading bays for the officers who will be needed to be in place so that trucks can immediately start to move once we have the all clear from ODPEM to start distributing water, even while we turn on additional systems. Now, as we have said in the past, priority is given to hospitals, infirmaries, and indeed places of detention, and of course places of safety for our children, because that is where they are unable to help themselves in a particular way. But we can assure you that what we have updated is indeed in place. The steps we have taken for power supply, we believe, make us more resilient, certainly than we were a year ago, and we will continue to build on that resilience. But now is the time, as we believe we're wrapping up our preparations for the event. As Evan has said, we expect to start experiencing storm conditions this evening. Sometime tomorrow, we will close off our intakes so that we reduce siltation in our reservoirs and major storage areas so that we're able to restart the systems as soon as our energy supply turns on, either the temporary energy supply or JPS.
We'll wait and see.
This is a serious storm, but we are working with our international partners, certainly through the National Hurricane Center, who coordinate their information through the Met Service to give you the information that you need. We can confirm that we're working with all of our local partners also to make sure that we're able to respond to need for urgent water supply immediately after the storm, Minister Dixon. So with that, I will take my leave and head out.
Thank you. You can't go yet. We have a meeting after this. But up next, we have a very important update from a very important minister, Minister Green. And agriculture is the backbone of this country. And as you heard from Evan in terms of the amount of rainfall that we are expecting, there is a threat there, and also our fisher folk have been listening to you, Minister, and we thank you for your guidance. We see you out there doing the work. We see you all over St. Elizabeth and also briefing farmers. And so this morning we get to hear from Minister Floyd Green on his efforts and the efforts of his ministry. Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister Dixon, colleague, ministers, people of Jamaica. Good morning. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining has activated its emergency protocols and has convened its disaster management and mitigation committee. Our first phase has been to issue various advisories to our farmers and fishers around what to do in the event of this storm. Clearly, we now see that as the week has gone on, the storm has strengthened, and it appears based on the forecast, we are certain to get significant rain and significant wind. As such, we've been saying to our different types of farmers to take necessary precautions. Firstly, for them to be out there harvesting if they can. We have been working with a number of our farmers, our fruit farmers, our pepper farmers, to harvest what they have, to work with our agro-processes to provide those items so that they can minimize their losses. Additionally, we've been saying to our livestock farmers to ensure that they have sufficient feed for their animals, ensure that they have sufficient clean water for their animals. If the animals are in a flood-prone area, move them to higher ground. It is very, very important that they act now, especially in relation to preparing silage so that the animals will have feed during the storm. We've sent out advisories, and our RADA teams have been out in the ground. Literally, our extension officers have been visiting with farmers, saying to them, put these precautions in place. Clear your drains so that you can have the free flow of water. If you're banana and planting farmers, please get rid of the overhanging trees, prop up your plants, store your chemicals in a dry place. We know with a lot of rain comes the onset of fungus. You need to have your fungicides, store them so that when it is clear, and this is a very important part, we don't want anybody to be trying to venture out in the weather event to try to save their crops and animals. Oftentimes that causes loss of life. So make these preparations now. Put your chemicals in a safe space so that when it is clear, you can get out there and you can get back to what we love to do. Additionally, we saw a lot of damage to our greenhouse farmers in Hurricane Beryl. In fact, about 232 greenhouse structures were destroyed by Hurricane Beryl. A number of those farmers have not fully rebuilt as yet, are in the process of rebuilding. We've had a number of interventions to get those farmers back on their feet. We're asking them to follow the protocols. In fact, we have been literally calling our greenhouse farmers through RADA to say to them, ensure that you strip your greenhouses, take off the plastic so that the wind can pass through. Originally, we were just talking about rain. But as we have seen, based on the trajectory of the storm, which will likely become a hurricane, then we're going to have significant wind. So we're asking our farmers to follow the protocol. So the RADA team is out. Also, our Agro-Invest Corporation has been working with our agri-parks, looking at critical drains, trying to clean those drains so that we can reduce the impact of flooding. As such, the Sugar Company of Jamaica as well has been undertaking that, has been directed to undertake those works. In relation to our fishers, our message has been very, very clear. Come home. Secure your boats and secure your engines and do not venture out during this weather system. I must say that we've had very, very good uptake of our advisories from our officials. A number of them have made their ways from the Keys. A number of them have come back in, have pulled in their boats, and our extension officers from the Fisheries Authority are out checking, making final checks to help those fishers be ready for the inevitable that will come. Part of what we're doing now is to transition into looking at crafting our recovery. It is very, very clear that we will have significant negative impact on our agricultural sector. We have been having a very good year for agriculture. You know, our farmers showed tremendous resilience after Hurricane Beryl, leading us to what will be 3 quarters of significant growth in our agricultural sector. Unfortunately, Melissa is coming at a time that most farmers would have been capitalizing on the normal October rains to put in their crops to be ready for December, for the Christmas period. And as such, there is a lot at risk on the agricultural side. So we've already started to craft a disaster recovery plan. Clearly, that will be finalized depending on the extent of the damage, but already we have forward procured vegetable seeds because we do know that our vegetable crops are more susceptible to these weather-related events. So we already have in stock through our RADA offices some vegetable seeds so that we will be able to get out as quickly as possible. We've also secured some chemicals that we know will be important to distribute to our farmers after the weather event. We've also been engaging our partners, and I really want to thank the ones that have reached out extremely early. We've already had a meeting with our CARICOM counterparts around support that they plan to provide. We've already had an outreach from the FAO and from ECA in relation to indicating that they stand ready to assist Jamaica in relation to its recovery effort on the agriculture and fisheries side. So with all of that said, I will close by saying to our farmers and our fishers, please heed the warnings from the Met Office, follow the advisories that we will be issuing from RADA, from the National Fisheries Authority. Make your final preparations now. The government will be there to help you get through after all of this is passed. We have shown that with Hurricane Beryl that we are nimble enough to get to you quickly so that we can rebound in a robust fashion.
Oh God!
Once there is life, there is hope. So please take the time to protect your life,
Did you hear
and
that
we will
just
help
now?
you protect your livelihoods. Thank you.
The minister said after burial he
Thank
got
you,
to us,
Minister
they
Green,
got to
for
us
that.
quickly. No, sir.
He's going to do everything he can to help our farmers, and I know that. We did that in Beryl. You did an excellent job there, and I know that you'll continue to do that. Up next, we do have Minister Mackenzie, who is the lead minister in terms of a lot of this prep. He's the deputy chair of the National Disaster Risk Management Council, and he has oversight of ODPEM and other key agencies, and so he will come and give his update to you this morning. Minister Mackenzie.
And oversight over all local government authorities.
Thank you, Minister. First of all, let me commend you on the excellent job that you have been doing since we started this series of press briefing, and to my colleague cabinet ministers, especially Minister Semuda, for carrying most of my areas over the last couple of days.
Them press them know the island are going to mash up and the island broke.
You were good enough to get out of it. Today is a day that many of us is contemplating as to what the outcome starting today will be. I want to start off by saying that Jamaica is in the top 5 most disastrous countries in the world. We sit in the middle of the earthquake fault line, and we are
the same fault line
exposed
won't allow drilling pan
to natural disasters.
Same place gonna do
The
drilling.
pending impact of Melissa is not something that as a country we should take lightly. And even yesterday, engaging with some fellow Jamaicans, their argument is that we are a God-blessed country and we are gifted and the system will pass. Well, the Bible also reminds us that God helped those who help themselves. And I believe that we are at a point now where the government, the Ministry of Local Government, through the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, will have to take the necessary steps to ensure that we put in place
You did a horrible job last
systems which exist that gives us the powers under the Disaster Act to ensure that Jamaicans comply and Jamaicans do what is necessary.
What the rule matter about? What am I going to tell you?
Later on this afternoon, I'll be meeting with all the mayors. And one of the areas of concerns that has been brought to my attention, and
Remember, so they don't get the September money yet, you know, sir.
a few surveys across the carpet here this morning, that there are several major construction sites that still has materials, sand, gravel, steel, and in some cases, cranes still hanging in the air. I'm going to make a general appeal this morning to all construction sites, not just only in the corporate area, but right across the country, that they must start to take the necessary steps to remove cranes, steels, sand, blocks, which will only contribute more to the blocking of our drains and can have devastating effects on individuals,
Look what una get this
people's property, and can result in extreme damage. Billboards should be taken down, and this is the work of the municipal corporations.
Look when you're
So I'm saying that all billboards should be taken down at this time and put in a safe place. You still have used car operators who continue to use the public thoroughfare to display their vehicles, park them overnight, just to advise that a team of wreck operators is presently combing the streets of the corporate area, and where we find these vehicles, we are going to remove them and take them to the Riverton City dump.
Hey, vehicle stealing.
We cannot afford to create human missiles that will hurt persons during this period. I am asking for the cooperation of those persons that I have just outlined a while ago. There has been some controversy coming from the opposition as it relates to the funds that they are claiming that they have not gotten to spend.
Tell us where it is.
I want to spend a couple of minutes on it because I don't want the country to believe that this administration or myself as the minister in any way is playing politics.
Hurry up, hurry up.
With emergency.
Hurry up.
The municipal corporations, by law, is required to hold a percentage of the parochial revenue funds that they have. And the purpose of that is to respond to emergencies. Those funds should not be spent unless an emergency such as the one we are experiencing now is happening. And they are required to seek the permission of the ministry to spend those funds, because previously, before, that funds were used to do other things outside of emergencies. And in fairness to some of the MCs, they have been using the SGR, and they have said it publicly in response to the call. Some have not, because they have exhausted the SGR on other issues that are not emergency related. And they are therefore looking to the Ministry of Local Government to supplement
Yes, we don't have the money
what
for
they have
United
used
Nations
outside of what is required.
You see.
Funds have been earmarked. They were advised that they could use 2 months of the parochial revenue funds for drain cleaning. And I want the country to understand that the municipal corporations generate their own source of revenues that they can spend at their own ledger, that the ministry has nothing to do with. So the municipal corporations can find funds
What happened to the
to do the work that is necessary. And I note that the opposition have mentioned that based on the survey that they did, all of the municipalities have said that they are not in a position for us to welcome Prime Minister. And I note that it is said that some of the municipalities
we're not playing
are
politics
not in a position
and a hurricane we are talking about.
to do it.
But you're not talking
All
about
of them
the denial
release
of
it.
financing the
But
municipal corporation.
At least 5
for the
municipalities that
election.
are
What bullshit.
controlled by the opposition has come out publicly to say that they have undertaken drain cleaning exercise and they are in a state of readiness. I want to say to the country this morning that this administration takes seriously the question of our preparedness for disaster, and we will work across the board to ensure
Leading in bitterness.
that we provide quality service to the people and to ensure that the people's business is taken care of.
All right,
So let me repeat again that the municipal corporations are in a position. There are 13 levels of fees that they are collecting, that they have control over those 13 layers.
And Desmond said this is not politics. Can you imagine?
The only ones that
politics
is controlled by government in terms of the Ministry of Finance is the PRF, which is a proceeds of the revenues from motor vehicle licensing and fees, which we get 66 and a third percent. And on submission of your program, the funds are released, and the determination of the amount that the MCs get is not determined by the Ministry of Local Government. It comes directly from tax office.
All right, no.
They get property taxes. They get trade license.
You see how much time
which are a
he spends on
significant
this?
amount of revenue.
Desmond McKenzie,
So
Desmond
they
McKenzie
are
look
in
like
a
we about shelter yet,
position
you know. Our cost, but it's my
to
Sabbath
do
today, you
what
know,
is
Des.
necessary.
Today, Des.
I'd like
is my
to
Sabbath.
therefore now touch on two
How much
critical
shelter we have?
areas of our preparedness
How much
as we
shelter
get
we have?
deeper
How much food
into
and
the
bedding in the shelter? Them
hurricane.
John Crow?
Already, I would have written to the Most Honorable Prime Minister on the advice of the Director General of ODPEM under the Disaster Risk Management Act to make a declaration which the Prime Minister did yesterday. Jamaicans, there is another request I'll be putting in writing to the Prime Minister for his consideration. That based on the extent of the system, there are vulnerable communities in Jamaica that it is advisable that persons do not remain in these communities during the passage of the hurricane.
So they're going to use
Provisions are
emergency powers
made
to
in the
remove the
Disaster
people.
Risk Management Act for compulsory evacuation. places like Rocky Point in Clarendon, Taylor Land in Bull Bay, New Haven, Riverton City, and many other communities that will be affected, where lives will be threatened.
That I will give
therefore
quite
be
good consideration
writing to the
to.
Prime Minister, based on the recommendations of the Acting Director General of ADPEM, that we take those steps to advise those communities of the intent to declare this order. But I want to make an appeal to persons who are living in these communities. Port Royal is one such community that is of concern, that you can start to make arrangements to move and go and spend time with relatives and friends. It is in your interest that this is done. And I want to say this, and I have to speak, Prime Minister, because this is how I am. It is going to be impossible when the event comes, after all the efforts that you would have made, to say to our first respondent, go to point A and point B, to put their lives at risk when persons refuse to move before. And I want to urge Jamaicans, do not take this for granted. We have already removed the residents of 3 infirmaries that sits on the mouth of the river of the sea in St. Anne, Hanover, and Trelawney. Those residents have been removed to safe grounds, and we are presently removing the homeless population from the streets and placing them in shelters right across the country. The Ministry of Local Government and ADPEM is in a position, Prime Minister, to provide relief supplies when necessary, Prime Minister. We have a team here in Jamaica from Sedima, which came in over the last 2 days, which is helping us in our communication system,
so they've
and
been
is here to
transported
give
to different
support
points of the
to the
country.
team on the ground. The government is doing all that it can within its powers, but the greater effort has to come from the people themselves. And I want to use my presentation this morning to urge Jamaicans to take this seriously. Do not gamble with Melissa. It's not a safe bet. I urge Jamaicans to think about themselves first. I hope and pray that God will grant us the strength and the courage, and that He will smile on us and be gracious to us over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now we're going to be hearing from our Prime Minister, Dr. Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
Hurricane Recovery Corporation and everything. The minister spoke nothing about shelter, preparedness in shelter, food in shelter, nothing.
Here and overseas who may be watching this press briefing. Firstly, a few comments on the system itself. The system is quite an unusual one, sitting in the Caribbean Sea for such a long time, making up its mind where it will go. It is obvious that it now has a trajectory where we can, with great certainty, say that Jamaica will be impacted. Let me be clear that the entire Jamaica will be impacted by this storm. The outer bands seem to be very wide, and it is already affecting the Dominican Republic and Haiti with significant rainfall. We should expect the same. So the first impact that we should be preparing for would be heavy rains. Once it becomes a major hurricane, which is projected to be within a day. Then we will have heavy winds. The third impact will be the length of time that it will stay. If it continues to be as slow moving as it has been, then we could expect anywhere from 2 to 3 days. Would that be correct, Evan? Or even longer. So those are the three things you should be, in your mind, be prepared for. Now, I know that there are many Jamaicans who are anxious, who are very concerned, and rightfully so. You should be concerned. But the best way to address anxiety and any nervousness and concern is to be prepared. So I would urge all my fellow citizens, everyone who is now feeling nervous, anxious, uncertain, that now is the time to be prepared. And the elements of preparedness for a hurricane would be, first of all, you want to protect your shelter. That's absolutely critical because windows, start there. Battening down. So I noticed that many Jamaicans are putting building blocks on their zinc and so forth. That is a solution, but a better option would be to use sandbags, which stay longer and are not likely to be blown off. If you can find plywood or anything of that form to protect your windows, that would be useful. We always say to remove threatening branches from trees. We have seen one incident where someone was injured trying to do that, so we advise that if you're doing that, be super careful in doing that. The next layer of preparation would be to look for areas that are vulnerable to flooding. If you find that your yard is below road level or in a water zone, meaning you have built in a river course, you're on a slope, you're near to the sea, you're in a low-lying area, you're close to or on a gully bank, or historically, you are in an area where the river may change course. You want to take protective measures. And again, simple sandbagging can be useful in directing water away from your shelter. Once you have sorted out your shelter issues, then you have to look for sustenance, food and water. Make sure that you have food that is non-perishable and water that is in proper containers, scaled to the number of persons who live in your household. Then you want to look for ensuring that you have at least some form of lighting, because it is highly likely that the electricity will go either preemptively or as a result of the storm itself.
By tomorrow, junk or by tonight.
Batteries and flashlights are recommended. The good old home sweet home lamp is always there, but we're always very careful. Last resort. Batteries and flashlights, today's technology with LED lights, you can have lights going for a little while in the night. Solar lamps are always good to have. These are things that you would want to have in your possession. Of course, in today's world, telecommunications is important. Make sure you have at least some credit if you use prepaid plans, that you keep your devices safe. And we can't give you any guarantee that throughout the storm you will have full coverage. It is likely that you may have some coverage at some point, but you should always, in your hurricane plan, be prepared that you may be out of communication. But nevertheless, keep your instruments safe. Don't let them get wet, so that at least if the signals were to come back, you'll be able to connect. Now, having done all of that, there is another important thing which we ask you to do. Keep your documents safe. Now, your identification, your passport, any prescriptions that you may need to be refilled, your land titles and all of those things, keep them safe. Keep them in a safe place. Yes, there would be distribution of benefits without the need for identification, but that would be very limited.
Hey!
In fact, in the humanitarian relief and recovery phase, I would say that most, if not all, the distribution of benefits will require some form of identification because of the accountability issues that even though it's a hurricane, we can't suspend accountability. So keep your identification safe. There are some other things that we would want you to do in being prepared. Speak with your children about the hurricane because they are going through their own uncertainty crises, which you may not immediately recognize. They may not take it seriously. Some may think of it as fun, and they may run outside and run in the rain playing football, and accidents can happen. We urge you to have a frank discussion about what to expect in a hurricane and why it is important to stay sheltered during the hurricane. We don't want to have any deaths during the hurricane. And an important part of that is to keep your household inside safe. Outside of that, communities are an important response tool to the hurricane. I remember during Gilbert, the community in which I live, everyone came together. And that helped to keep the community safe. It helped to deal with emergencies and just good old sitting down, talking, dealing with the challenges that would have occurred. In today's parlance, we say it helps with the mental health. So community is important. Looking on your neighbor, reach out to your neighbor, find out what is happening, ask how you can help, or ask for help. Very important. Outside of that, there is the local government response. And Minister Mackenzie would have addressed this issue of what the local government is tasked and resourced to do. And then there is the national response. Now, I know that at this time, there are many persons who simply have no resources at all. They are not able to go to the supermarket and buy even one bag of crackers. I am aware. And we have tasked the Ministry of Social Security to start to pre-position supplies, but in all reality, we wouldn't be able to get supplies to everyone who is genuinely in need of the supplies. The most immediate first responder is usually, it's either your church or your member of parliament or your councillor, the police. So we are going to make provisions for the councillors and the members of parliament to be able to, where they can, because they are humans too and they wouldn't be able to be out in the storm. But as much as they can, we will resource them to be able to assist. They will, and I'll be clear with this, they will not be able to assist every case.
You're supposed to.
It's just physically not possible.
The United Nations
but
this
in
year
as much as cases
$2.5
are brought to their attention,
million
their network of workers and community activists and so forth would have brought cases to their attention, then we can assist. We are very grateful and very thankful for the philanthropic organizations that exist in certain communities that are already starting to mobilize and doing work. We intend to reach out to most and cooperate with them and assist them in being able to get supplies and distribute. Which leads me to another point of preparedness nationally, and that at this time, there must be a unified position with all the civic stakeholders and all our political stakeholders. And so I have been in communication with the leader of the opposition. We should meet today at, I believe, 12:30, and I will give the opposition a full brief. I'm certain that they will have suggestions which we will listen to and take on board. And if determined, then we will have a Zoom call with members of parliament. I know many of them are in the field, so it depends on how many that we would be able to mobilize. But we have already provisioned them with resources to clean drains and gullies. I know many of them are out in the field supervising these works. From being a member of parliament myself and having gone through this many, many times over, your constituents are of the belief that every drain and every gully is going to be cleaned. That may not be possible.
Why not?
Certainly, you would need much more equipment mobilized than we have capabilities to do, much more supervision. And so what the MPs would be doing would be trying to concentrate on the main ones. That is where their efforts would be. So if you didn't see the drain running behind your yard being cleaned, don't believe that no work is happening. Work is happening, but it may not be in your locality. That is being monitored by the NWA, and we will get a report very soon as to how many drains we were able to clean. That is indeed a very important preemptive action when it comes to treating with flooding. So outside of that, from an administrative point of view, all our entities have been tasked and mobilized. I suspect all the officers understand what the mission is. It is, from all indications, it is going to be a direct hit, and all of Jamaica will be impacted. I urge everyone to be wise about this, to put aside the nervousness and the anxiety, and be practical. Prepare, as I have outlined, how we should be prepared, and continue to pray. We have seen hurricanes at the last moment.
Why aren't we hearing much of shelter preparedness?
A turn for the better. And I still have hope that the impact will not be as bad as it is shaping up to be. But we will prepare for the worst and continue to pray for the best. The impact, whatever it is, the preparation can have some mitigating effect on the impact, but the real work starts the hour after the impact. And what we have done in terms of national preparedness is to put everything in place to be able to respond the hour after the impact. And that is how quickly we intend to recover from this hurricane. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
So the Prime Minister is not taking any questions.
Okay, thank you, everyone. You would have heard earlier from Minister Vaz. You also heard from Minister Mackenzie, Minister Green, and also Minister Samuda. If you have any questions, and Prime Minister just closed out, and I see the Observer has the first question.
Good morning. Good morning, still Prime Minister. A quick one for you. You speak about the recovery. In your administration had started a cat bond with the World Bank with about US 150 million. Not sure if Hurricane Beryl triggered that catastrophe bond, and is it still in place?
Still in place.
Still in place.
Still in place, yes.
Or will we trigger it, PM? What?
No, I hope it's not triggered.
Journalists,
As I stand here, I don't want it to be triggered.
United Nation money.
Yeah.
Ask him about
It
United
is
Nation 2.5
dependent
million.
on the level of damage. And I think it's also dependent on the wind, the wind category. So we're hopeful that we don't have significant winds, which would translate to not having significant damage.
All right. Nationwide.
Morning, Prime Minister. Morning to the room again. Given we spoke with Evan Thompson earlier, he was telling us that different places are at different risks based on their characteristics. Persons in hilly areas might be susceptible to landslides, those in the coast might be susceptible to flooding. Given that we have MPs in here, the question to all the MPs would be, based on the characteristics of your constituency, are there any special warnings you want to give to the constituents in terms of areas that may be susceptible to a different type of damage compared to somewhere else? Are there any specific instructions?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't want to call out areas. I usually leave that to the technical persons because I don't know all the areas. But let's take Port Royal, for example. So Port Royal is a low-lying area. Just the nature of that peninsula would leave it vulnerable. And we ask the persons there to take precautions. I would have come in at the tail end of the presentation of Minister Mackenzie. And I can understand the reluctance of persons who are attached to that community and attached to the land. They don't want to be displaced, and they want to be able to protect their assets. But my advice to them, because it's no advice, I'm awaiting the minister's recommendation for it to become a compulsory order to relocate, to evacuate. I would advise them to, if they don't want to go to a shelter, because a shelter would be open, and I believe the shelter, Minister Mackenzie, would be the arena and Windward Road Primary. I would recommend that they make contact with family and make arrangements to stay with family. Right? That's one area. The other area would be Rocky Point and the general Portland Cottage area. Those areas have historically flooded, even in Beryl. I know the residents there are quite resourceful, and I've seen some do the sandbanking, channeling, and all kinds of other measures. But given not just the severity in terms of the projected wind and rain, but this other dimension of the length of time that it will stay. If it stays very long, then even your best measures could be thwarted by just the duration of rainfall and wind. So I urge every Jamaican who are residing in these vulnerable areas to make plans to evacuate. Now, the compulsory evacuation comes with the provision of transportation. We won't be able to do it in all cases, but in most cases, I would say 90% of the cases, we will provide transportation to move you to safe ground. Outside of that, because the provision of transportation would be halted at a particular point in time, because that would be putting our drivers and buses and other persons in harm's way. After that, we would not be able to guarantee a response until after the hurricane. And so I'm just putting it very frankly that if you decide to violate an order to evacuate, you are essentially taking a risk with your life.
All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions? None? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone. And I think Minister Mackenzie just wanted to say something.
Prime Minister, one of the things that we picked up in a survey that we did is the question of mental health and people under stress. So to advise the public that there will be a medical team within the command center that will be able to respond to calls from individuals who are showing signs and expressing certain kind of tendencies during what is going to be anticipated to be a very, very difficult period. And that will be put in place, and we will make those numbers known shortly before the end of the day.
All right, thank you very much. That's a very good point. And Minister Green wants to make one final point too.
Just to indicate that we will be closing all our botanical gardens. The botanical gardens do fall under the Ministry of Agriculture. So as of tomorrow, all our botanical gardens will be closed until further notice.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister Green. So again, this is our 4th day of doing daily press briefings. We believe it's very important that we keep the nation apprised of everything that's going on. We have to be apprised of everything. And our ministers are working really hard. You see them here. They're in their constituencies also. They're dealing with their ministerial duties. Our Prime Minister has said that we are all on call, and we will continue to keep you updated with the latest information. Evan did a fantastic job this morning, and you were able to ask a lot of questions. We got some of the questions in from the media that were also online. And it is a dire situation, but we continue to pray. And as an administration, we commit to you that we'll continue to keep you informed. So please pay attention to reliable sources. And I want to thank the members of the media. I want to thank all of the media houses for playing these press conferences live so that Jamaicans can have access to it. We will continue to provide information. It may not be in this form. We may have to go online and do some updates online. Evan will be doing that throughout the day. Today we'll be doing that through the weekend and into early next week. There will not be an information vacuum from the administration. And now PM has something else he would love to say.
Oh no, as you mentioned, information. Jamaicans should be aware that the prediction of the course of the storm is not a precise science. And there are several models, and we take the best of the models plus our own indigenous knowledge of our situation to give the best projection. But as an act of God, we have no control over what nature may decide to do, and it can shift, which is why we need to give you the up-to-date information. So we may have said something yesterday or even an hour ago, but the situation has changed. And so we need to bear that in mind. It's very important that we say this, because in the decentralized media world in which we live in, where technically we have citizen journalists and every opinion can be broadcast, the impact of the broadcast of an opinion or information that is not accurate in the time of a disaster can have impactful consequences and can impact the outcome of the efforts. So I'm urging everyone to be, at this time, responsible. Use social media for what it was designed to be, social, not anti-social media. So let's use the media for the positive reassurance. Of course, bring to attention issues that may occur, but don't
it's what we do every day, Prime Minister,
to create depression in the minds of citizens. And many persons going through very difficult times now, as I've said earlier, uncertain times, and we need to be cautious of that. Secondly, I did not recall to mention in my presentation that a part of managing the response to the pandemic is to manage trade and commerce, to ensure that our supermarkets, our shops are properly stocked, and that our distributors have stocks in their warehouses. I have been briefed by the Minister of Industry and Commerce that the trades have reported that they have sufficient stock to carry us through the initial phase of the weather event, and to carry us even during the relief and recovery phase. One of the challenges we have picked up is that because the hurricane has been not so definitive in when and where persons may have taken actions that would have seen either the closure of hardwares or supermarkets. And so there are persons who still have not been prepared and are finding it now difficult at the last moment. So I'm going to take this platform. We're not going to be using any of the powers that we could use under the RMA, but we're taking this platform to urge our suppliers and distributors to consider keeping their shops and warehouses and supermarkets open for as long as possible to ensure that our citizens are able to get supplies. I believe that we could do this even up to tomorrow early. Evan?
Yeah, well, actually today is the last day to do that.
Today?
Yes, the rains will start
by tomorrow. So as long as you can keep your of course, we're asking you to use your discretion and judgment in this matter, but I'm still making the appeal for as long as you can to keep your supermarkets, your shops, your corner shops open so that people can get supplies for as long as you can. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Is there another question? No. Okay. All right. Wonderful. Thank you all. And as I said, we'll continue updating you. Please pay attention to GIS, Met Office, ODPEM, the Prime Minister's page. You will be getting information throughout today, throughout the weekend, and into early next week. It is a hurricane. It is not something that is an exact science. So anything can happen. It can turn. And so we have to make sure that we know what is happening. So please keep informed, and we will keep informing you. And as always, as we end today, we pray that God will continue to bless Jamaica land we love. Thank you.
Yes, we need God to bless Jamaica, but we need also to invest in Jamaica. But for a press conference, bear with me. For a press conference on the storm, I was expecting, don't know about you, I was expecting to hear about things like the shelters. How much is it? At what point our shelters will be open? How much bedding, food in our shelters? Given that we expect the situation to last for days, you just got no information about how people you're asking to evacuate are going to be sustained while being evacuated. Of the bunch of shit spewers that came out to the press conference and spewed just now, I only heard one thing that I would give consideration to. And it's Desmond McKenzie's argument of writing to the Prime Minister to request mandatory evacuation from certain places, i.e. low-lying or flood-prone areas. That I will give consideration to. For the reason is, this is going to be something unusual for us. And I know Jamaicans don't want to leave their home, but some of us are living in a zone where it could turn very nasty for us. That's the only thing I would give consideration to. Other than that, it was just shit spewing that you have to keep ducking and diving and move out of the way of. A lot of excuse, it's not me, we cannot do. The ID Prime Minister. Jamaicans, the Prime Minister said, for telling us, said, if we don't have ID, hungry kill on the backside when the food package come round. Because we know the truth. Them don't have more than food package for offer with. Like, do they really offer us more than food package? I would have thought Dr. Jankro would have been there to also give a further update and the readiness of the healthcare. And if some of the patient them, some of the sick patient them, will run out of hospital, where am I going to do with them, or if you find shelter, put them, and all of that. But I was expecting, I don't think I'm being updated on anything, because I listened to the weatherman and I listened to Dave before they came on, and Rusty and the weatherman before they came on. And we got quite a good breakdown as to what to expect weather-wise. I think that weatherman is lacking confidence in his reporting. Never mind him. But there was nothing we heard in this conference, in this press briefing, as an update in any way, shape, or form. Maybe it's me who, I'm once a labor, right? I could still be a dunce. That is possible. But I didn't hear any update. Did you? I didn't hear the necessary things discussed. I mean, Auntie Angela came from foreign. I wonder if Auntie Angela did carry no Irish Spring. So, Auntie Angela, you carry no Irish Spring? Because you're that foreign, and you come from foreign. And you came to the podium to bleed your heart out over inadequate funding that the People's National Party spoke about. What do you say? This is a warning. Say there's trouble to come in the aftermath of the election. I wish one of you did say how they look so somber. They have broken the country. They have broken the country. And Jamaica will have to hang out them begging bowl to recover from the election. When this, from the hurricane, when this hurricane is over, Jamaica will be a country of mud trucks across most of our community. Because to say, if what has been projected turn out to be a reality, you don't want to see choose Jamaica roads after the hurricane. You wouldn't want to see the result of Reach and Spark. We have to go create 2 new names now in the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, we have to go create 2 new names. Because Reach never reach, Spark never knock against nothing. So all knowing can't spark. So you can't come back in this after this election, election come out of my mouth, no? After this hurricane, you can't come back to with Reach and Spark. Because we know them broke down a road, and broke down a road going through the hurricane. We don't expect much of Reach and Spark, Prime Minister. So you have to go design 2 new names. Fix 2 new names for fool we say we are going to get road. Jamaica prepared to walk on Dutch track, you know here? But one thing I can appeal to the people of Jamaica, make sure the priority is you and your children's life. Make sure the priority is keeping the community safe and protected and well knitted. Because the truth is, Barring we don't have nothing outer road, barring we see the government already come to the podium trying to excuse.
I'm still nothing compared to All Might. The whole town is a training ground.
Hold on there.
Got it. I won't hold back. It's in service
We see the government come to the podium creating excuse already for the dismal service where them know say where go get, or for the non-service, or for the money where they don't have to carry out the necessary recovery work. They're already making excuse for themselves. So we have to go prepare next year. When budget are read, the Prime Minister is going to come to Parliament and use, what's him call it? Use Melissa as a total excuse for what he has not done and what he has failed to do throughout the recovery process. Let me listen to this recent update. 1 second.
Gilbert was for Jamaica back in 1988. What's going on, guys? Certified meteorologist Jonathan Kegas. And for parts of the island, that will likely be true. Melissa is approaching hurricane strength as we move to the 11 o'clock advisory. Post in the comments what your thoughts are on this storm as we move forward. Again, we are thinking about you guys in the islands, especially of Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, and eventually the Turks and Caicos. As of the 11 o'clock advisory, pressure down to 982 millibars. The hurricane hunters have reported at last check that the eye wall is now closed off. That is a sign that it is continuing to get a little more healthy, unfortunately. And you can see there that burst of convection, that deep dark purple and pink color as it slides just to the south and east of Jamaica. Now, latest, the satellite image. Again, that's the infrared. I want to show you the visible satellite imagery because this shows the story here. You can see these kind of hot towers, as we call them, poking through the clouds. We have very intense thunderstorms going along the center of the storm. Latest track on this system. This is still Tropical Storm Melissa. Again, it is expected to become a hurricane later on Saturday. 90-mile-per-hour storm by 8 o'clock in the evening, maybe even earlier than that, likely becoming a hurricane. And then this is where it gets concerning, and I'm not so sure that the messaging from officials in Jamaica, from what I saw last night, is a little concerning. Again, yes, the core is going to stay south of the island initially. This is going to be a slow-moving, long-duration rainfall event, and then eventually wind event for the island of Jamaica. You see it there by Monday morning, maybe as early as Sunday night.
If you want to pass your challenge and get funded as soon as possible, then listen up. We will pass your challenge for you and help you get funded.
Getting to Category 4 strength, potentially Category 5 strength. A Category 5 starts at 157 miles an hour. You see the official forecast is 155 miles an hour south of the island of Jamaica. Some quote-unquote weakening occurs as it approaches the island, expected to make landfall or be close to the island as a Category 4 hurricane. Again, Category 3 Hurricane Gilbert made landfall just south of Kingston, coming in from east to west. This is coming in from south to north, right smack dab in the central part of the island. Again, there is the cone for a reason. For some forecast error, it may try to trend a little bit further to the east, but regardless, rainfall is going to be a significant threat, potentially feet. We'll take a look at that with wind gusts over 100 miles an hour. This is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center, the probabilistic forecast of tropical storm force winds that's greater than 40 miles an hour, sustained. Again, that is sustained winds, not gusts. You see that purple color? That is a pretty much certainty for Jamaica and a very high probability, of course, for the eastern tip of Cuba, the southeastern tip of Cuba, and then a pretty high shot for that to happen as well through most of the eastern side of the Turks and Caicos. When it comes to the hurricane force winds, again, this is sustained hurricane force winds, so winds in excess of 75 miles an hour, a greater than 60% shot or 50% shot on the central and eastern part of the island, with the highest probability, of course, for that to happen remaining offshore. Again, I want to stress that that is sustained hurricane force winds. We are likely going to see those gusts well above 100 miles an hour, especially across the southeastern tip of Jamaica over the next couple of days, especially as we get into Sunday night, into Monday through Tuesday. Latest computer forecast when it comes to Melissa, you see the grouping there to the eastern side. So there's still some uncertainty as to where the worst of the worst is going to come ashore. It looks like it's still central in eastern Cuba. It's unfortunately looked like that for several days. The GFS continues to want to keep the core offshore. That would be the best case scenario, that purple line. I don't know that that happens, but still the best case scenario for Jamaica is still a terrible scenario for the eastern side of the island in terms of rainfall. Certainly not good for Cuba, certainly not good for Haiti as well, as regardless of where the core goes for Haiti, the heavy rain is just going to work to pound the island over the next couple of days. Want to continue to show you the European ensembles. We've been showing these for the last 10 days, and unfortunately the kind of the mean where most of these lines go continue to paint that picture of Jamaica, eastern Cuba, western Haiti for the worst of the impacts when it comes to Melissa. Again, those tuning in from the United States, we are still looking great in Florida. Big time October cold front comes through for Halloween. That keeps suppressing, and that will suppress the hurricane to the south and east. Contrary to what YouTubers will tell you, this is not coming to Florida. Again, they just want your money. They just want your clicks. The more clicks that come, the higher the ad revenue they get. So it's important to know that and take with those YouTubers telling you that the United States and southeast corner of the U.S. is still in play. I will say there, I want to show you the Northeast. Again, those ensembles continue to back off a little bit. Still going to be watching in the long range for the Canadian Maritimes, Nova Scotia, maybe Newfoundland, but that is only a few outlying ensemble members. But that's why I want to show you those, because it gives, okay, what if the storm is stronger? What if the dip in the jet stream that's sending it east maybe is more negatively tilted and actually helps to guide it back west rather than force it to the east? That's why the ensembles are super helpful in a situation like this. So there we go. Again, back to where I'm most concerned, of course, and where the concern has always been for our friends in Jamaica, Cayman Islands, Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Haiti. These lines represent where the core could go. So that eye wall, where the nastiest winds are going to be, the potentially catastrophic winds, category 4 or stronger. And most of those lines remain over Cuba. There are a few that drift out in between Cuba and Haiti, but it's really looking like in and around Kingston may be the worst of the worst when it in terms of the wind damage. I want to show you the European model for the timeline. So this is later on.
We don't get no
Saturday.
advice from
There's the
Desmond.
storm
What we
where the
get was
center
a
could be. The
full
model
political
predicting that the storm is going to
gaslighting.
be east loaded. There is some drier air on the western side of the storm that if it wants to undergo that rapid intensification as expected, it's going to have to fend off some of the drier air and still a little bit of wind shear as well. So here we go. This is going to be as we get into Wednesday. Let me back that up a little bit for our friends in Jamaica so we can get the best information for them. It really starts to go downhill. We get some of the tropical storm force winds likely by Sunday. So the title of the thumbnail was Finish Preps. Whatever preparation that you are doing in Jamaica needs to be done very, very quickly for the rest of Saturday. Like by Saturday evening, you should be in your spot that you're going to stay to ride out the storm, because this is, as we move into the day on Sunday, it's going to start to deteriorate a little bit with some banding coming through, some of those outer bands. And then this is early in the morning on Monday. So this is 7 o'clock in the morning. You see those arrows going nuts. That's the eye wall, that center portion there. So 7 o'clock in the morning on Monday, we could be looking at Melissa nearing a landfall somewhere on Jamaica, with the worst of this, again, that water being pushed through, storm surge 5, 10, 15 feet potentially as we get into these bays here off the coast of Jamaica. Again, with the worst of the wind happening to the right of the storm, that's the dirty side of the storm in that right front quadrant, as we call it. So that is 7 o'clock on your Monday morning. This continues to work its way across Jamaica. And again, look how slow. We're still talking 1 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday, pounded with heavy rain and potentially major hurricane force wind gusts, 115, 120 mile per hour gusts, maybe even higher than that, right along the shoreline. It's still raining 24 hours later. Significant improvements don't happen until maybe Tuesday afternoon. And then we start to focus our attention, of course, on deteriorating conditions for Cuba later Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. That's 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's kind of falling apart as it's feeling that wind shear from the trough that's guiding it away from the southeast U.S. and sending it, unfortunately, to us in the Turks and Caicos.
You can sell this $5 spatula on Amazon and compete with hundreds of other spatula sellers, or
the other
Jamaica, I think what we all need to pray for now is for Melissa gather speed. Because we know Melissa is coming. That's not an if. Even if Melissa divert, we're still in the line of fire. The most we can pray is for Melissa speed up in movement. So unlike other hurricanes, in just stay over the island for hours and move on. But Melissa is predicted to stay over the island for days, which don't sound good, Jamaica. It really don't sound good.
The thing that's going to continue is the heavy rain across Hispaniola. As Melissa is lifting to the north, it is kind of grabbing that Caribbean moisture and sending it back up the mountainous terrain of Haiti and the southern end of the Dominican Republic. So that is something that we are going to continue to deal with, that flooding rain potential, all the way through the middle part of next week. Here is the forecast rainfall. This is going to be through the duration here. So this is going to be through Friday. And you see what we're talking about, especially on the southern end of Jamaica. 2 feet of rain, that western side of Haiti, 2 feet of rain. And a lot of times these models underplay tropical moisture. So we could be looking in some cases, isolated cases, more than 3 feet of rain, 36 inches of rain, parts of the eastern tip of Cuba, the western side of Haiti, and then maybe isolated amounts of more than 2 feet in the eastern side of Cuba, and then maybe isolated amounts of a foot or more through the Turks and Caicos. So I can't stress enough that this is a life-threatening situation for Jamaica, for Cuba, for Haiti. In terms of Haiti, it's more of the rainfall. Jamaica, it's that kind of threefold threat of storm surge right along the shoreline, the freshwater flooding from the very heavy rain, and then, of course, the potential Cat 3, Cat 4, maybe even stronger wind gusts that will be especially in the central and eastern part of the island, and then likely Category 2, Category 3 winds in Cuba, and the very heavy rainfall again. It's going to be a fluid situation that continues to unfold through the weekend as we get more data, as we watch the storm continue to form and strengthen its core. We're going to be able to fine-tune where that worst of the worst comes ashore. Just know that that potential is there for really anywhere from Bull Savannah to Kingston to maybe, again, probably wish casting, that the core stays to the east of Jamaica. That is an outlier solution. It's not impossible for that to happen, but I think the most likely scenario is the eastern 2/3 of Jamaica, somewhere along the shoreline there, that we get the landfall. And again, if it comes in as forecast, that will be worse than Gilbert, in Kingston, in Morant Bay, in Bog Walk. I can't stress that enough that this is a really, really serious situation. You guys know me that have been following for a while. We've had this channel for 2.5 years now. I don't hype things. I hate it. It makes my blood boil because people do get money for clicks. We talked about that. However, I also want to make sure that our friends in the islands are getting the best information possible. That's why we kind of went through it in depth. So that's what I have for you now. I'm watching it closely, of course. If you found this content helpful, if you want to join our weather team, more than 100,000 strong, would love to have you guys on board. Please consider hitting that subscribe button if you want to hang out with us and nerd out about the weather. And again, in this situation, we're not really getting into the science and meteorology per se because we do have a very high impact event on our hands. Hit that subscribe button at the very least. We'll like it if you get a thumbs up so we can get this information.
We heard nothing from the government that reassures us. We heard nothing from the government in their press conference that reassures us that of preparedness, not even the reassurance. We know of a fact that preparedness is a misnomer because Beryl only just went last year, July. Beryl only just went last year, July. We have not been properly recovered from Beryl. We have not received the proper assistance from government in relation to Beryl. Some communities across Jamaica is still suffering from the water problem as a consequence of Beryl. We see everybody come out and tell us that them ready. The proof will be in the pudding, in the aftermath. But one thing we hope and pray that our people in Jamaica take the necessary steps and precaution to keep themselves safe. We cannot say that enough because this storm, as is being projected, is signal to be more dangerous than others. Tropical weather treaty society. Than others we have endured in the past. So we shouldn't take it lightly because it's not a situation where we will be out on Monday morning. It's not a situation where on Monday morning we will be able to be out like we see in other hurricanes. We expect this based on their projection to go on for days, could be a week. So you, regardless of what the government says and what the government plans are, you must make sure protecting your life, your livestock is the priority. Make sure to button down the hatch properly. Secure your documents. Because the Prime Minister said, no ID, no food package. So, we have to make sure so when the hungry lick, we have to have an ID. We don't know how to store water. We've always been doing it. So, I not even have to advise them upon store water because it's a natural part of us. The importance, though, is those of you who live in low-lying, flood-prone area. Also, those of you who live in mountainous or hilly areas where, especially if you have land slippage in recent time, it is advisable to go to the shelter. I noticed the Prime Minister has stopped short of imposing DRNA instructions, those could come in the aftermath of the hurricane. However, the instruction from Desmond McKenzie, as he indicates that he will write to the Prime Minister to invoke DNRA powers for mandatory evacuation. I hate when this government deploy its powers because I don't know what their intentions are when they deploy their powers. But this piece of deployment is somewhat something I agree with, because I know my community is one of those areas, and there are several communities across Jamaica who stayed in those communities and ride the storm out. This, though, is expected to be different. It comes with torrential rainfall, something that could be devastating for Jamaicans in low-lying, flood-prone, coastal, riverbank, gully bank areas. We see even in the corporate area where the liquor rain fall and the whole corporate area, a lot of the country underwater. We see that where they in a just like a normal-ish, excessive little-ish rainfall. This is expected to be unprecedented. And we must not take risk with our lives. The property that you may be standing back to God from the thieves, you can replace those properties. What you cannot do is replace your life or the life of your children and family should you decide to ride out the storm, which turn out the way we wish not to be. So we're encouraging you all today to make sure you follow the rules and the necessary precaution to keep yourself and your family safe. As well as a community, I think you all should, at this moment, if you have not, in your various communities, create a WhatsApp group, but then again, them now go have no phone access. But then again, with communities in Jamaica, once a storm has passed, community tend to go out and check on each other. But we are urging you, most importantly, to secure your lives. Securing your lives is the most important thing you can do. We can always rebuild after a storm, always. What we don't want after a storm is to declare mourning in our country because we took risk or we didn't follow the precautionary measures in order to keep us safe. So we are appealing to you. Take this serious and take this time and opportunity to do all your necessary preparation and precautionary measures to weather the storm. Globalists, let me see what Tampa Bay is saying. No, this is an hour ago. Let me see what Let me see what this recent up. Hold on, it tell me that it's lost browser connection. I have to unshare it and reshare it. Hold on. No, not leave studio, you fool. Bear with me. Let me bring this back into stream. Which one we did? Typical numbers. This? Hold on. Yeah, this one. Bear with me. Bear with me.
A lot about Hurricane Melissa. Of course, all eyes have been on this for its potential track. And if you remember, just about 2 or 3 days ago, it was kind of all over the place. The good news is, since this one became a tropical storm on Monday, we haven't seen any tracks bringing it towards us. No forecast models bringing it towards us. Some had it maybe clipping close to Miami, but they're getting a little bit better agreement on where this one's going to go. Still, again, like we say so much during hurricane season, we're waiting on that turn, and that turn could be anywhere for the next couple of days all the way into maybe Tuesday. So again, that's what we're watching. Tropical Storm Melissa. Again, I'm joined by Lee Southwick at First Coast News, and something we have both been watching, again, with the position of where this one formed, where some of the forecast models were taken. Some of the forecast models had it coming a little closer to your coast than mine. So I guess good news for you as well that this one is looking to stay pretty far away from us.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's the best thing to start with, that everyone watching from Florida, this is not a direct impact to us. However, unfortunately, if you do have vacation plans, we're talking about Jamaica, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, James, these are all places that could be impacted by this soon-to-be major hurricane.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to get into why this has been a tropical storm for the past 4 days. It hasn't really strengthened up that much. And then what the official forecast is to get to right now, 70-mile-per-hour winds moving to the west-northwest at a blistering 1 mile an hour. It's been going anywhere between 1 and 3 miles an hour since Wednesday. So again, this one's not really moving that all, but I want to point out something, and this is something we show a lot. This is something that how you can tell what's kind of affecting a storm. Now you look right now at what it looks like. Let me stop this for right now. And the thing that makes this look so good now is you see that we have convection all the way around the system. So what we were seeing earlier is here would be the center and all the convection would be off to the right. What that shows is wind shear, and it has been dealing with some moderate wind shear since the beginning of the week, really. So again, once this became a tropical storm, it has not strengthened up too much since then. And you see on the circulation, though, it is kind of building a little bit more to the west, becoming a little bit more symmetrical. 982 on that pressure. It has been coming down, but again, those winds still at 70 miles an hour. Now, take a look at the wind shear. And again, take a look at the wind you shear. You can see that it's up around Cuba and really strong across southern Florida. And the forecast for this is to actually lighten up a little bit. Look at that front that is stalled down to the south around Miami. Now, as we go throughout today, tomorrow, and into Monday, that does start to pick up due to this next system that's coming in. We're going to see that kind of take the wind shear along with it. So look at your wind shear forecast. And again, you can see where Melissa is right here. You see that wind shear pretty much from east to west. And as we go throughout the next couple of days, watch it start to lighten up and pick up a little bit. And this is where we're watching. Look where the wind shear's a little bit less as we go throughout the next couple of days. And then, of course, this. It's like bathwater down there. We got mid-80s for these water temperatures. So that's why it is expected to strengthen. Now, for intensity forecast models, take it anywhere from some showing it just a 1 to a 2. The good news now with the latest model runs, none of them show it a Cat 5. But there is the 1 today, 3, and a 4, as you can see, as we go throughout early on Monday. And there we see it moving its way up across Jamaica. Now, 155, that's the official forecast. And again, 157 is a Cat 5.
So it is going to be borderline there. And again, making that turn, and more than likely sometime Monday night to early Tuesday, making landfall as, again, potentially that borderline Cat 5, and then making that turn. So this is what we were talking about with those areas that, again, if you have friends, family, loved ones live in Jamaica, Haiti, and even up Turks and Caicos in the Bahamas, going to be dealing with this. It's going to cross over Cuba. It's a Cat 2, 3 to a 2, more than likely making landfall on the south side of eastern Cuba as a Cat 3, crossing over into a Cat 2, moving across the Bahamas. They're the southern Bahamas. There's Turks and Caicos. You'll see here's Turks and Caicos right here. There's the Bahamas and the islands, and moving away. And again, it could be anywhere from Turks and Caicos and maybe even making that turn earlier. I'll show you the spaghetti models. But again, we do have a hurricane warning for Jamaica. We have the hurricane watch with a tropical storm warning on top of that for Haiti. So again, all in that cone. So here's going to be the main impacts. Jamaica, South Hispaniola, really facing the worst impacts of this catastrophic flash flooding and landslides going on this weekend into Monday. Cuba and the Bahamas are going to be on watch for next week. We're talking about Tuesday and into Wednesday. Now look at your rainfall forecast. And again, Melissa has not moved that much this week. We're talking since Monday, and now we're Saturday, about 300 miles is all it's moved. So again, we're looking at these rainfall numbers just really adding up. You see the areas here in Jamaica, some of these areas in white, that's 20 inches of rain. There's your 15 inches of rain, anywhere from about 6 to 15. And there's even some spots of white there in Haiti as well. And we actually have some video here I'd like to show you of some of the rainfall that they received so far. And check that out. And again, this is really just getting started. I mean, it has been raining for the past couple of days, but with this expected to intensify, become a bigger storm, we're not looking at this rain in these areas really subsiding till midweek next week. And you can see already dealing with that flooding, and it's only going to get worse. Again, now with the storm being more symmetrical, we're looking at the rain starting up in Jamaica more than likely today. And then they've probably seen a little bit, but really looking at that heavy rain starting today into tomorrow and lasting again through Tuesday. And this is why these numbers look so high, and potentially again getting 20. And there's some forecast models that are calling for some isolated areas getting 3 feet of rain. And again, you're looking at 10 to 20 inches widespread. And so you know what that's going to do for your flooding. Look at those cars that are already underwater. So again, this is only going to get worse. So that is really going to be the main impact, to say, for places like Haiti, where they're not going to deal with direct landfall. But as we go through Tuesday into Wednesday, as that crosses possibly again eastern Cuba, you're still looking at a Cat 3 storm. So they'll get some wind. This is going to be the main impact. And again, it's going to be flooding. So let's go back and take a look at some of these spaghetti models. And again, this, like we were talking earlier, this is the good news for Florida. So take a look at Jamaica. And again, there's still a few that take it through Haiti, but most of them through Jamaica, or maybe even potentially passing Jamaica to the west before making that turn. And that's why the cone is so big, including the entire island of Jamaica. So it just depends when it starts to make that turn. And there you see, as we go throughout 8 a.m. on Wednesday, most of your forecast models already have it clearing the Bahamas, and then that's when these areas will start to dry out and then moving its way up and out. Now, the one thing, of course, you probably noticed that there's no forecast models to take it in Florida. And we're talking about from the Keys all the way up to Pensacola to Jacksonville. There's no models to take it anywhere near us. So again, that's good news. We will see some impacts with some higher surf and some rip currents maybe as we go throughout midweek. Lee, is that something that you guys have been watching for? Because here in Tampa, we're not expecting really anything come out of that. What are the impacts that you think and you might be able to see by the time this gets up into the Bahamas, maybe on Wednesday?
Yeah, of course, we'll have to watch the seas. We're actually already watching the seas, too. We have a high rip current risk today. But something else that's going to happen is this is going to help, Melissa's going to help for us here, wrap in some drier air, and we are going to have some really nice and cooler weather on the way. So that's why right now, James and I aren't talking too much about local impacts, Florida impacts, and why we are talking about the Caribbean. And James, if I may, I wanted to read the messaging from the National Hurricane Center as of the 11 o'clock advisory, because I always think the wording is so significant, and it's a little scary when you read this from Jamaica, talking about Jamaica specifically when it comes to Melissa. It says, Melissa's slow movement will bring a multi-day period of damaging winds and heavy rainfall beginning tonight, likely causing catastrophic flash flooding, numerous landslides, extensive infrastructure damage, long duration power and communication outages, and potentially prolonged isolation of communities. A life-threatening storm surge is also likely along portions of the southern coast. All preparations should be complete today. And even the wording a little scary for places like Haiti. Catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and landslides are expected across southwestern Haiti into early next week, likely causing extensive infrastructure damage and potentially prolonged isolation of communities. Strong winds could also potentially last for a day or more. And in the Dominican Republic, heavy rainfall could produce potentially catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides for their southern regions. And then, of course, they also go to mention Cuba, the southeastern Bahamas, and Turks and Caicos, saying, please continue to monitor this closely. As you and I were just talking about, James, we know that they could see those risks, including significant storm surge, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall by the middle of next week. And that's kind of crazy to think about. It's just Saturday. We're talking about the middle of next week. This is just slow moving.
Yeah, and that's it, is that it's slow moving and it hasn't strengthened up that much. And I couldn't imagine if the wind shear had been lighter over just the past couple of days because of how quickly this is going to rapidly intensify. And again, your official forecast is for 155-mile-per-hour winds prior to landfall. And so again, depending on exactly where it makes landfall, if it makes landfall in Jamaica, even as a Category 4, it's going to be the strongest hurricane to ever hit there. The Hurricane Gilbert in 1988 was a high-end Cat 3. That is the strongest storm to ever make landfall in Jamaica. And again, your forecast models, not all of them are showing direct impact. Look at your forecast winds. Now, this is the GFS model, and this is something the GFS has shifted just a little bit, but not much. This is the same thing that we were looking at with this model Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Again, on Tuesday into Wednesday, it was still showing right over Hispaniola, but now it looks to cross right in between Jamaica and Haiti, and then move its way up between Haiti and Cuba, and not even making landfall, passing to the south of Turks and Caicos. Again, that would be fantastic, but that really doesn't take the impacts down any, really not that much. It takes it down just a little bit for Jamaica. Again, if you doesn't make landfall in Jamaica and passes to the east, you're of course on the better side of the storm, but they've been dealing with the rain. The rain is going to be the big impact. And I saw the potential for anywhere from 8 to 10 foot of storm surge if it makes landfall. Here's your GFS model again, and it's going to be close. It's really all about that rain, and you can see the wind for Haiti would be worse with this model because, again, it barely looks like it crosses that southwestern tip and then moves its way south of Turks and Caicos, and then it moves its way up and out. So the forecast models, again, still not in complete agreement on where this one's going. And the wind shear forecast kind of shows the same thing, shows it lightening up a little bit. That's what turns it to the north, and the GFS just has it lightening up just the north of it as we go throughout today and tomorrow, allowing that to make that turn, and again, not coming in contact with Jamaica, and then again, moving its way up and out. And like Lee was just telling you about our fantastic weather, we've got a hurricane blocker, which I'll show you in just a second. But let's take a look again at the European model, and same thing, but this one goes further to the west before turning to the north, and there we go throughout the day. Monday, there's Monday evening into early Tuesday morning, a direct impact on Jamaica. The good news is the European model is kind of one of the outliers, and it is typical. European model is very good on track. But this one shows it only making landfall, and we can hope this is true as a Category 2 storm. That's as strong as the European model is showing this one getting, just a Category 2. And then moving its way just barely to the east of Cuba as a Category 1, moving its way, of course, near Turks and Caicos, the Bahamas, and then moving its way up and out. So Again, this is what we talk about model bias. It just depends because the European is really good on track. The GFS, I think, is a little bit better on intensity. And of course, waiting for them to come into alignment to see when this does start to make that turn, or at least strengthen up and start to make that turn. So you can see still traveling to the west, northwest as we go throughout this weekend. There's 8 p.m. on Monday. There's it making landfall and then making an abrupt kind of turn to the northeast, where this one has it basically going right in between.
There's another piece of update I want to bring to you because we want to hear everything and know everything we are going, because if it is the update what we hear from Desmond McKenzie, them we are depend on dog them with supper because we heard nothing.
Melissa is expected to rapidly intensify into a catastrophic hurricane over the next 48 hours, and I continue to be extremely concerned about what this system can do to our family down here in the Caribbean. So we're here to give you the latest information that we got from overnight into this morning. There'll be timestamps up throughout the entire video. We'll speak on current conditions, latest from the National Hurricane Center, model data, impacts. We'll even have a segment of this video where we geek out with you a little bit, explain why this system is moving so slow and how that amplifies impacts. And we'll also explain why this system can get so strong so fast over the next 1 to 2 days or so. So if you guys have not subscribed, certainly consider doing that. Like the video if you like it. And if anybody has anything I can pray about or pray over, please put it in the comments below. And we are certainly praying for you folks down here in the Caribbean. Let's get going this morning. So as of right now, 9:30, which is the time I'm making this video, as of right at this second, this is still a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, but by the time a lot of you folks watch this video, it will be Hurricane Melissa. Not going to change any information I'm about to give you in this video, but it is well on its way. The structure is improving, still getting hit by westerly shear, which is eating up some convection on the western side of the system, and I think Melissa will deal with that for the life of this system, and that's why I think...
You've written a book. Congratulations. Now you need to let the world know about it. And
the worst impacts as far as rainfall is always going to be just east of the center and basically the entire eastern side of the storm system. And the low-level circulation right in here, and you can see all these colors to the eastern side of this system, that's shower and thunderstorm activity, tropical moisture just getting thrown into Haiti and still into areas of the Dominican Republic, Hispaniola, and that'll just continue to be the theme of this system. The eastern side, rainfall-wise, is going to be the worst. And when we show you the projected rainfall totals on some graphics coming up, you'll see that really good. Everything's going to kind of be pushed off to the eastern side. But of course, we know winds, different story. The core of the system, the actual eye wall that rotates around that low-level circulation, will have the most intense wind speeds, and we got to figure out where that's going to end up unfolding. So this is the system itself. The structure is improving, and I think by the time we get into around this time tomorrow morning, this will look much more symmetrical and have more of that hurricane look to it. It already is getting that right now this morning. So the latest from the National Hurricane Center, and I will update this because hurricane hunters are in this system right now, and this is still the 8 a.m. update. What trips me out is this is moving west-northwest at 1 miles per hour. I've never seen that before. That's just crazy stuff. So the H stands for hurricane, M for major hurricane. When I say major hurricane, that's a category 3 or higher. Okay, so this is the traditional way to look at this. But we're going to go on and jump to this. This is what we call Zoom Earth. It's like combining Google Maps with the tropics. It's awesome. So right now, this is in the 980s as far as millibar. But like I said, the hurricane hunters are in it right now, seeing how low the low pressure actually is millibar wise, but a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It should upgrade to a category 1 hurricane sometime over the next 1 or 2 updates. And we're starting to get to the time where hurricane hunters are going to continuously go into the storm system. So when this thing starts to really rapidly intensify, I think later tonight into tomorrow, things are going to change very fast. Okay, but should be a category 1 hurricane sometime this afternoon, if not right now. And as we're moving forward, we're getting into tonight. By 2 a.m. tonight, it should be a category 3 hurricane. Right now, it's a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Maybe a Cat 1 by the time I'm done with this video, but you get what I'm saying. So it's going to rapidly intensify. And then by the time we get into tomorrow afternoon, it's forecast to be a category 4 130-mile-per-hour hurricane. And I do want to note, we continue to have hurricane watches and tropical storm warnings up for areas of Haiti, and the entire island of Jamaica has a hurricane warning right now. We will start to get updates in Cuba probably sometime over the next 12 hours or so. So we'll start to get hurricane watches and warnings, tropical storm warnings issued for eastern Cuba also, and maybe even areas of, and definitely areas I think of northwest Haiti, stuff like that. The peak forecast intensity right now is about as high as it can get for a Category 4. So 155 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane. If they bump it up another 5 miles per hour, that'll be a Category 5. And I think that this system can reach Cat 5. I still think that. If you live in the Cayman Islands, trends are good for this not to significantly affect you guys, but we'll continue to watch. But it's forecast to make a landfall sometime Monday p.m., early Tuesday morning as a Category 4 hurricane. But let me make this clear for you folks tuning in for Jamaica. You guys will start to see impacts far before Monday evening. And then it's going to pick up some speed. So from Tuesday 2 a.m. until Wednesday 2 a.m., this is 24 hours. It's going to get past Jamaica, hit eastern Cuba more than likely. But I'm going to make this wider, not that wide. Just remember that this cone is not the impact cone. This is where the center of the storm can still go. So Haiti, the Dominican Republic will continue to get whiplashed by banding from Melissa. Catastrophic flooding will continue to be possible from Melissa. Okay, so just don't think because if you're tuning in from Haiti that most of this cone is not over Haiti, you're not going to get impacts. I mean, you've already seen impacts. You're probably getting it right now. And then let's not forget about our family in the Turks, Caicos Islands and the Southern Bahama Islands. This is 2 a.m. Wednesday. This is 2 a.m. Thursday. So this system will be weakening, but this is still going to be a strong hurricane going through areas of the Bahamas. And I'm not going to pretend to know every single name of every single one of these islands. Okay, but this is the Turks, Caicos, and this is areas of the Bahamas getting into here. I thought about pulling up Google Maps and just kind of saying out loud every island, but I would probably butcher some of them and probably mess some things up. But if you live in this entire area of the Bahamas, even up here, the central and northern Bahama Islands, watch out. So here's a wide look at the cone. Dangerous storm system on the way. Before we go over model data, they're in this system right now. And they found around a 987 millibar low. Okay, it's 987 millibars. But if you break down model data, that's around the low 980s. Okay, that's important to remember. It's around 982, 983. Now, by the time I'm done with this video, they might make another pass and find lower pressure. And that's what stinks when we're really breaking down a developing and strengthening hurricane. The data could change, but all data points to this strengthening. So we kind of know that this is changing, right? We know the direction that this system is going towards.
Connection successful. Connection successful. Connection successful. This is the latest.
So just remember, it's important. This system is around the low 980s right now. Okay? That's important when breaking down model data. The latest morning Euro is starting this off in the upper 980s. So it's initializing this a little bit weaker than it actually is millibar wise. Okay? So let's move. Let's look at just a couple operational runs. By the time we get into tomorrow morning, the Euro thinks this is going to strengthen into a 969 millibar low. Now, whether that's a Category 2, 3 hurricane, not sure. Because millibars don't always tell everything. Jamaica's right here, right? Cuba. Okay, it's going to continue to probably strengthen. I don't care what that millibar says. I think this will strengthen more than what it's showing. Okay, so we get into Monday morning. Look how slow it's moving. Just south of Jamaica. Okay, we get into Monday afternoon. We get into Monday evening. We get into Monday night. We're getting an overnight Monday into Tuesday morning. So this is like early Tuesday morning. This is hitting Jamaica. And like I said, I think the storm system is going to be stronger than what it's showing. And then it gets north of Jamaica, and it just has a weaker scenario. This would be awesome if this is the way it plays out. But then it kind of gets between Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, sometime late Tuesday evening. And then it shows it actually strengthening, then hitting the far eastern tip of Cuba as a hurricane, however strong it's going to be. National Hurricane Center thinks Category 2 or 3. And then it comes up, gets into the Southern Bahama Islands. I mean, next Wednesday into Thursday morning, slow mover. Slow scenario. Could strengthen a little bit based off the euro. And
if you're in Jamaica, let us know what happened in your area. Is there wind? Is there rain? Is there any changes that you have noticed?
then it's hitting the southern Bahamas, affecting the Turks Caicos Islands as Category 1 or 2 hurricane. And then it starts to jolt out the sea, and we have to watch Bermuda on down the road. Now, what about the Euro AI model? All right, if we progress this, by the time we get into tomorrow, midday, 983 millibar low, but it's initializing it already too weak. This thing is definitely, for example, it's thinking tomorrow midday it's going to be a 983. It's already around a 983 right now. So we continue to move forward. I do want you to note, sometimes you have to take bits and pieces of model, guys. For example, sometimes you break down a model run and what you take from it is its placement, not strength. And then you take what the strength of something, of another model run is showing, and you kind of combine the two. It doesn't mean that you're cherry picking it, but you're kind of basing it off what we're seeing, real-time observations. And real-time observations point to a much stronger system than what the Euro AI and Euro model is showing. You might say, well, why do you think that? And I would say, stay tuned. I'm going to break it down for you. But it does strengthen upon arrival to the southern coastline of Jamaica, makes a landfall right smack down the middle of Jamaica sometime Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, and then could begin to intensify again north of Jamaica, and then hit Cuba sometime Wednesday evening. And then it just has a much further north scenario. It doesn't bring a significant impact to, say, Turks Caicos Islands, but more so hits the central Bahamas and southern Bahamas as a Category 1 or 2 hurricane. And then it begins to jolt out. And something like the Euro AI model, you want to watch out certainly for Bermuda. Now let's go over hurricane models, the latest data that we have too. And once again, you want to see how this is initializing. And the H-Wolf model, I think, is doing a fantastic job with the actual millibar low pressure. 982, that's about what it is. Now, hurricane hunters are finding a bit of an opening in the eye wall to the northeast. And you can see how the winds lighten here. You can see how they're stronger in the outer eye wall. And by the way, not finding super strong winds in this. It basically reflects a very strong tropical storm, maybe a low-end hurricane. So we go back to this. I think it's doing about as good as you can ask, except...
Bear with me, Jamaica. Rusty has put out some new updates, so we will go straight over to his channel because he is our usual weatherman in hurricane yard flexes, rain on and off in Ochi. Catherine said the weather is on and off. TM Rose said in Portmore it's just cloud, no rain. I hope everyone is keeping safe and following the instructions. But let us tap into Rusty's latest update on Hurricane Melissa.
Explosive development occurring with Melissa right now, and it is forecast to bring life-threatening conditions to Jamaica and other areas of the Caribbean over the next several days. Your forecast across the Caribbean and the Bahamas starts right now.
This is Meteo Mundo.
Hi friends, Rusty back here at Meteo Mundo. We are your home for Caribbean weather. It's nice to see you on this Saturday. I hope it was under much different circumstances. Coming up in this video, Melissa is already showing signs of explosive development here. We'll talk about what's happening with this storm, the evolution of this storm over the next several days, and the significant, devastating, life-threatening impacts, however you want to term it, in the highest regard for Jamaica and other areas with this storm. As always, Meteo Mundo is sponsored by the leading law firm of Central Florida, your hometown homeowners insurance attorneys. Wind, hail, hurricane damage, property damage of any kind, they'll walk you through the insurance claim process. Go to leanomnilaw.com if you would like more information. So the crux of this video is to get out the pertinent information. If you are in the path of this storm, please take what I'm about ready to say very seriously. If you know anyone who lives in these areas or has interest in these areas, make sure you share this information with those as well. As of the recording of this video, Melissa is still a tropical storm. Winds are 70 miles an hour. It's moving west at 1 mile an hour. Pressure's down to 982. But I'm telling you right now, the current stats of the storm doesn't mean a thing, because even by the time I get done recording this, or by the time I upload this, Melissa could be a hurricane. It is already showing significant development. You can see those higher cloud tops, those whites and those purples. That is extreme thunderstorm activity beginning to encompass the storm. So explosive development is occurring as we speak. So it's not about what Melissa is right now, but what it could be in a 48 to 72 hour time frame before it directly impacts Jamaica. So again, we're likely to get a hurricane very quickly, and the Hurricane Center actually has Melissa becoming a major Category 3 hurricane before lunchtime on Sunday, and then a high-end Category 4 as we get into Monday and Tuesday. The cone of uncertainty encompasses Jamaica, so there is an extremely high likelihood we get a direct landfall from Melissa over Jamaica as a high-end Category 4. And I got to tell you something, friends, it is not out of the question that this is a Cat 5 storm as it makes landfall into Jamaica. Right now, the forecast is for it to be the highest Category 4. The center line is basically down the middle of the island, just to the west of the Kingston area. We'll talk about how the landfall area could be dependent as far as the impacts that we see, but generally speaking, hurricane impacts and extreme major hurricane impacts are likely over Jamaica beginning late Monday and into Tuesday. So it's a hurricane warning, as you would imagine, for Jamaica. It's a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning for southern Haiti. Means southern Haiti could see some tropical storm conditions. That's likely, and the potential for some hurricane force winds as well. So this is the track and the timing. It's the same thing that I just showed you, but with some of the time plots on here. Again, Melissa is likely to slowly meander west, south of Jamaica through the weekend, then begin a turn to the north during the day on Monday and accelerate over the island through Tuesday morning and afternoon, eventually bringing hurricane impacts to southeast sides of Cuba, central and the southeast sides of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. And for all my friends who live in those areas, I promise you, we'll be talking about that potential coming up in this video, and obviously as we move through early next week as well. Looking at the arrival of tropical storm force winds, and this is important because generally when these 39 plus mile an hour sustained winds get into your area, all preparations need to be done. It's very hard to be trying to make last minute preps when you have some 40 and 50 mile an hour winds. That is likely to begin to arrive, especially in eastern Jamaica, late tonight and overnight, and then through the remainder of the island as we go through our Sunday. So preparations really need to be completed by the end of this Saturday. We'll see tropical storm conditions on the island on Sunday, and then hurricane conditions on Monday and Tuesday. And again, those hurricane conditions are likely to spread into the, especially southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, southeast Cuba, but even as far north as the northern Bahamas, they could get some tropical storm conditions late Tuesday and into Wednesday as well. So interest in these areas should have all preparations completed. The Dominican Republic and Haiti, look, they have been battered by the winds and the catastrophic flooding. And we'll talk about that as well. Jamaica at this point in time is still okay. We've had some passing squalls, but it is what is to come with the significant flooding and the major hurricane force winds over the island. Again, if you live in southeast Cuba, central and southeast Bahamas, and the Turks and Caicos, make sure you stay very attuned to the progress of Melissa. So looking at, again, the center line track, it does take it through the central portion of the island. What could be significant about that is, first of all, I'm expecting the wind field, and this is just going to be an estimate, but let's take a look at a couple of things here. I'm going to bring up my distance tool. The first thing is that the westward progression of the storm is likely to be about 90 to 100 miles south of the island. And the reason why that could be a little bit important is it's more than likely not going to bring the hurricane conditions to the island tomorrow, because the hurricane force winds will likely stay far enough offshore. Now, you want to talk about already bringing in some swells and some rough sea conditions to the port, to the eastern sides of the island. That will commence beginning tomorrow, because we're going to have an onshore wind, the easterly winds with the storm. As a matter of fact, a lot of different things I'll do here. And you guys know I'm going to be streaming live probably the next 4 or 5 days in a row. We'll talk more about that coming up, but I can show you guys a lot of different things. This is the surface-based winds. So right now, wrapping around the center, you're going to have a northeast component to the wind, but eventually the winds will be a little bit more out of the due east, and that's going to start to pile up the water on the eastern side of the island to begin with, and that's before we even see Melissa begin to approach. So likely tropical storm conditions for tomorrow. When we look at the centerline track, and again, this is just an estimate, but if we're talking about a Cat 4 to a Cat 5 hurricane, we're more than likely going to get hurricane force winds to extend at least 60 to 70 miles on the east side of the storm. That is likely to encompass all of the eastern side of the island with hurricane force winds as it moves inland. And then if, again, this ends up being the exact path, but we don't want to focus on this, but my point about this is that on the western side of the island, we are likely to have hurricane force winds at least 50 miles west of the center. When we were looking at, again, a massive hurricane like this, there is a very small chance that the far western parishes, Westmoreland and Hanover parishes, Savlamar, Negril, Lucy, Montego Bay, potentially could avoid hurricane force winds, at least sustained. Now, you need to be taking all the preps as well, but there is going to be a difference between where the storm goes on the east side compared to the west side in some ways. One thing that is likely to be very significant along in the eastern side of the storm is going to be the rainfall. The amount of rain that could fall, we're going to be measuring this in feet. You already see all of the moisture on the east side. We continue to have extensive flooding through the peninsula of Haiti. Port-au-Prince has had 40-mile-an-hour winds today, and they've been steady above 30 miles an hour this afternoon. Even Santiago de los Caballeros and Puerto Plata, right around 25-mile-an-hour winds. We've had, gusts on the southern side as well, and all of this is approaching the island. Now, this is a recorded video from a little bit earlier today from the See Jamaica YouTube channel. This is Halfway Tree. My friends in that area, again, things are okay right now. We've had some passing showers. You see folks are out and about. Hopefully they're finishing up preparations. Again, let me be very clear. Take this as seriously as you have any storm that you've ever been on. If you live through some of the major ones in Jamaica, are likely to bring those kind of conditions or even worse. We're going to talk more about the messaging coming up, but you guys know I've been doing this for a long time. Been a television meteorologist for more than 25 years. This is about as high end of a potential impact to an area that I've seen when we're talking about a high end Cat 4 or a low end Cat 5. You can see the European model following the hurricane center to actually pull it over the central part of the island and then on the eastern side of the island through southeast Cuba and into the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos by Thursday, as a very powerful hurricane the entire time, losing some strength, but it's not out of the question that this is still a major Category 3 hurricane in the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos Wednesday and into Thursday. This is the HAFS-A model, our high-resolution hurricane model, one of them. Again, note the maximum winds. Watch how we start to see the tropical storm conditions and even hurricane force conditions move into the island late Sunday and Monday. Then you get that turn north. Again, Cat 4 strength, moving inland right over the central part of the island near Hayes, Mandeville, Maypen areas, right across the island through southeast sides of Cuba and into the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. So the HAFS-A and the European model are very much in a line with where the Hurricane Center has this, again, as a major hurricane. And in some ways, some of these models are even underdoing the intensity because they're not even initializing the storm with winds of already 70 miles an hour. This is the simulated radar from the storm. We'll pick it up mid-loop, but we'll pull it again. You're just going to see a storm that has the opportunity, because it's moving so slowly, to continue to bring feet of rain to the southern sides of the Dominican Republic, southwestern sides of Haiti, and all of Jamaica, especially the eastern parishes. Friends, I kid you not, when there is the opportunity for 2 to 3 feet of rain to fall in the eastern parishes, Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Thomas, Portland parishes, maybe St. Catherine, and even St. Mary, devastating, life-threatening flash flooding is likely to occur with Melissa because of the slow movement to begin with. And remember, you guys are on the north side of the storm. The northeast quadrant has the most rain and the strongest winds, and that is the quadrant of the storm that will impact the eastern part of the island the majority of the time. It's the worst case scenario for the eastern parishes, potentially avoiding the worst case scenario for the western parishes, but still devastating impacts are likely even as far west as Montego Bay and Negril. No one on Jamaica is going to be able to avoid this storm. Well, we just might see a bit of a gradient as to where the most extensive damage is if this path from the hurricane center rings true. And again, it's not, set in stone. It's just a line on a map, guys. We have to monitor this literally hour by hour. The H-Mon is closer with the storm on Sunday, so it actually tries to bring hurricane conditions across the island on Sunday and then move the storm just a little bit farther west. It's still a direct landfall in the western side of the island. And again, the H-Mon would bring more strong hurricane conditions to the western parishes, Westmoreland and Hanover parishes, St. James and St. Elizabeth. And again, as we get into, it's a little bit quicker with the H-Mon, late Tuesday, Wednesday, we still have teetering on hurricane strength into the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. So there is some difference in the intensity of the storm when it gets into the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos, but the Hurricane Center right now has it as a Category 3. This is also troubling. The Google DeepMind model has done very well. 50 ensemble members running with this. I believe around 48 of them have this as a Category 5 making landfall over Jamaica. And you notice that all but one have a direct landfall over the island. Again, more cluster just west of Kingston, a secondary cluster a little bit west, but all of them over the island and as a Cat 5. It is not out of the question. Again, 155-mile-an-hour winds are just 2 miles an hour away from becoming a Cat 5 anyway. It's really semantics. It doesn't matter. Look, if something is going to get knocked down and destroyed in 160-mile-an-hour winds, it's going to 155. It's just more than anything how we categorize it, but not the impacts. The impacts are going to be the same if it's 140, 150, 160. When we look at the European rainfall totals in inches, again, these are your maximum rainfall totals that could fall. We're over 3 feet again, highlighted by the central and the eastern sides of the island, right? And then the southern sides of Haiti, where feet of rain could fall near Lacaille. We could have 1 to 2 feet of rain, 12 to 24 inches on the southern coastline of the Dominican Republic from the Bajarona area on over towards Santo Domingo, even San Pedro de Macorís, maybe not as far east as Punta Cana, but still significant rain and flooding is likely to occur in those areas. The other big situation is going to be the devastating storm surge that is likely to occur. You're looking at wave heights right now. I'll take myself off camera, which are likely in the significant wave height category to approach 30 feet along the southern coast of the island. Right now, the Hurricane Center is calling for a storm surge in Jamaica on the eastern and the southern sides to be 7 to 11 feet above ground level, like 3 to 4 meters in some spots above ground level. If you live along the coast, on the east side or the southern side of the island, you might want to be considering getting away from the water. If you can imagine 12 feet of water at least coming with Melissa moving in with a storm surge. It's a wall of water that will come with the storm. And it will begin to creep up before the storm arrives, but will be most maximum as the eye passes to the area. And that storm surge will be highest along the centerline path in the eastern side of the storm. Remember, with a counterclockwise storm, your south winds pulling into the island will be on the east side. The north winds actually driving the water away from the island will be on the west side. So that's another reason why it really does matter exactly where the storm makes landfall. The farther west that it goes, more of the island is under the south winds and the influence of the onshore winds and the potential for some devastating storm surge. Okay, again, I've been doing this for a long time. You guys know I don't hype storms. These numbers that we're about ready to talk about are about as significant as I've ever forecasted for an area. And of course, a lot of this that we're going to be talking about comes right in line with the Hurricane Center. If you take any part of this video on Jamaica, this is the graphic to clip and to share with your family and friends. The entire island is likely to see life-threatening impacts. The timing is through Tuesday, so this is now through the entire storm. We should begin to see things get a little bit better throughout the day on Wednesday. For eastern parishes, storm totals are likely to be 15 to 25 inches of rain, maybe even up to 35 inches of rain. That is nearly 3 feet of rain for the eastern parishes. That's 375 to 625 millimeters through the storm, beginning now through Tuesday evening. All right. The significant, again, whatever word you want to use, devastating, life-threatening flooding that is likely to occur with this storm probably can't be calculated. Those low-lying areas are likely to flood very quickly. We're likely to have fast-moving water. Obviously, utility issues are likely to come along with this storm as well, and some isolation, roads being cut off, communities being cut off from other areas because of the flooding that is to occur. The western parishes, again, based on the track through the center of the island, 5 to 15 inches. Now, I think even Negril and Montego Bay and Savlamar get 5 to 10. Okay, then you get a little bit more inland and it's 10 to 15, which is still really significant. I mean, really significant. St. James, St. Elizabeth, maybe Trelawney and Manchester, you get that 10 to 15, right? But it could even be locally higher. These numbers could be low. It just depends. Now, again, the winds, these are forecast to be 120 to 155 mile an hour sustained winds. Sustained winds over the islands, gusts even higher. When you have a storm, if it comes on shore with a sustained wind of 155, there are likely to be gusts to around 190 miles an hour. The devastation that these winds are likely to occur again could be historic. And I think this will end up being a historic storm if it makes landfall on the island as the Hurricane Center is forecasting. And again, that storm surge, especially on the eastern and the southern coastlines, is likely to be 7 to 11 feet above ground level. And that might be conservative, right? I'll have to see what the Hurricane Center wants to do over the next couple of days. They kind of start conservative sometimes and they build that number up as we get closer to actual landfall. For the Dominican Republic and Haiti, for the life of the storm, again, it's the same kind of rainfall out west, 50 to 25 inches along the peninsula and the western sides of Haiti, and locally up to 35 inches, 625 millimeters. They will get sustained tropical storm conditions through Tuesday as well. They could get some gusts to the hurricane force strength as well, and they will also continue to see very large swells of 10 to 20 feet, 3 meters to 6 meters. So even well away from this storm, we are getting sustained high-end tropical storm conditions. Some hurricane gusts are likely on the western side of Hispaniola, and just more rain than we can handle. And that is already ongoing through the island of Hispaniola. They will see the same impacts as far as areas being cut off, life-threatening flooding, and just devastating flooding across the area. Now, again, I've got a lot of live coverage coming up on the channel. If you're a vlogger in Jamaica and you're interested in the collaboration, email me at mymediamundo@gmail.com, and we'll go over some of the details for you guys. This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. I imagine I will be on live for probably 4, maybe even 5 days in a row. So starting tomorrow, we know it's going to be a hurricane. I will have live coverage here on the Media Mundo YouTube channel for the direct impacts for Jamaica. And obviously we'll be covering the storm on Monday and Tuesday across the island, and for other areas, probably Wednesday and into Thursday. So make sure that you subscribe to the channel and you have the notifications on so you know when I go live. There's not a set time as of yet. You guys also know I'll be running the live radar system of the Media Mundo channel as well. That will begin this afternoon. Not long after this video is published, you'll see the live radar system come into the air, come back online as well. All right, let's get into real quickly what I expect for the rest of our area. Now, we could still see some significant rainfall over portions of Puerto Rico, but likely it's just going to be some breezy conditions and some squalls. And we could get some breezy conditions over portions of the Virgin Islands and the Leeward Islands as well. But down the road, we're going to keep a very close eye on southeast sides of Cuba and then into portions of the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Now, with the Hurricane Center's latest update, Cat 3 to Cat 2 over Cuba, and then Cat 2 more than likely into the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos, not becoming a Cat 1 until it's away from the island. So we're more than likely right now in the Hurricane Center expecting to see some sustained winds in the southeast Bahamas that could be 90 to 100 miles an hour sustained, including Turks and Caicos, and Grand Turk is already getting some 35 mile an hour wind gusts. Rain will be moving in, squalls will be freshening as well. And even on the western side of the storm, we could kick up some tropical storm conditions for the central sides of the Bahamas, but especially even the northwest sides of the Bahamas, even on up towards Grand Bahama, Freeport, Lucaya, Nassau, New Providence. Wednesday, Thursday could have some tropical storm conditions. But obviously on the center line track and east is where I'm most concerned about the more direct impacts for those areas. But obviously, we've got a little bit of time, but I'm telling you right now, you live in the Southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, you want to start making the preps for the likelihood of hurricane conditions in your area beginning as early as late Tuesday, and then more than likely through the day on Wednesday and into Thursday as well. All right, out of all of these things you guys see, the most important thing is to share this channel with your family and friends and anyone you think gets something out of it. Let's spread this information as a fantastic Media Mundo weather community. I appreciate you guys helping.
Right, my peeps. You have had a lot of information over the last 4 hours. We're going to take a break now from broadcasting, and we're going to keep our eyes on development. And as soon as Rusty goes live, we will also come live to provide you with the information. Keep your eyes on our YouTube channels throughout this period. Probably over the next week, we are going to be broadcasting in zigzag. We will pop up as and when the circumstances demands it. So keep your eyes on your Global TV notification, whichever channel you are watching from. This is a serious hurricane. All the information we are getting suggests that we are going to be possibly devastated by the consequences of Melissa. But whatever measures that we can take to mitigate damages and loss of life, then we should do so. Follow all the necessary precautionary measures. Make sure you follow the evacuation mandate if you live in one of those areas. It is our life that is important at the moment. I want to thank everyone who has been here this evening. As I said, keep your eyes on the notification, because as and when the situation demands it, we will come out to broadcast and let you know what is happening. For those of us in the diaspora, it could be and will be a difficult time for us as well over the next week, because we know by tomorrow it could prove difficulty getting in touch with our families in Jamaica or just about with anyone at all. And this could continue for a week or more. So there are challenging times ahead for both us here in the diaspora and more so for those at home who will be facing the brunt of what will develop into Hurricane Melissa. Thank you very much for being here this evening. Keep your eyes on the channel. We will pop up as and when it's necessary. Thank you. Good morning. No, it's not morning. Good evening from Global TV. I will see you all later.
If you don't like missing out on the latest shows but still enjoy classic hits, then Global TV Group 358 is your perfect match. Global TV Group 358 isn't just another channel, it's your ultimate TV experience. From breaking news to binge-worthy dramas and timeless classics, we've got it all. Our unique blend of original content and global favorites means there's something for everyone. And guess what? With GTVG's seamless streaming, you can watch anywhere, anytime. Plus, our interactive features let you be part of the action. So, whether you're a seasoned binge watcher or a casual viewer, Global TV Group 358 is here to keep you entertained day and night. Don't just watch TV, experience it with Global TV Group 358. Subscribe now and never miss a moment.